Alright, let's get this started. Session open to all Derpineers. And above YouTube members. Boink. I want to pin that. Larg. What the hell happened to the chats? Alright, used to be able to pin that, but I guess that's not an option anymore. Anyway, welcome on back to Railroader, day 22. Something ridiculous like that. I've had the session open a little bit, and I need to check one thing. Yeah, there we go. 1920 by 1080. There we go. Perfect. Anyway, like I was saying, yeah, had the session open because I opened it up earlier. Some people jumped on and noticed. So yeah, we're gonna just jump back on in. There's a few people I think hanging out in the Discord call already. There's like 2 people on already. And yeah, we're gonna see what is going to happen tonight. So yeah, hopefully it's a good night. Let's pop on into the Discord. Hello.
Hey up, you duck.
How are you guys doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm alright.
There was something me and Nasu wanted to talk about with you.
Yeah, what's that?
So, know how I had to move one of the cars up at the interchange because it wasn't spotted, right?
Right.
So what we thought is like after the session's finished is like a report in on the Discord. So those who weren't there on that night and have came the next night know like what's gone on instead of just being thrown into the deep end not knowing anything.
So you guys want a report?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I
That,
mean
that
that's something that we could probably do.
yeah. Because it'll make it a lot easier for all of us in the long run because then we know right. So this just needs finishing here and there and then
Yeah. I need the empty bulkheads out of Parsons Tannery and Silver Paperboard brought up so they can go back to Connolly Creek.
Whereabouts are they?
They're in the Silva Paperboard area.
Well, I'm currently at the interchange, so I could go get them.
Yeah, if you could go and get them and then either leave them at Dillsborough Service and I'll pick them up, or
Yep.
actually, yeah, you know what? Send them to Dillsborough Service because there's a bunch here already.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll go get that done.
I gotta figure. I gotta look at what's going on here. Oh, hey, our operational safety went up 2%. That's nice.
Hey. What is it on currently?
It's at 59% right now.
Oh god, we still are suffering.
Yeah, we got a little ways to go.
Yeah.
All right, how much money did it say we have? 15,000. Almost 16,000. Okay, cool. Nice.
As am I.
So I'm gonna purchase that because we need that.
Oh, we've got over 14,000 books. Nice.
Nasu, why are you using number 7 for that? Because it was up there? Okay.
You can't argue with that.
I mean, I can because 7's supposed to be passenger only service, but if you could do me a flavor then, Nasu, when you get those into the interchange, bring up the pulpwood bulkhead flats. Would be appreciated. Well, Dynamo started up. Alright. Alright, so I'm bringing 8 out. Because Sheridan is still sick, so I'm about the only person that's gonna, I guess, be doing Whittier Connolly.
I hope Shaw gets better.
Yeah, I messaged him earlier. He said he's got a fever and a headache, so he's not feeling great right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Whittier Sawmill. Alright.
So let's see. That siding, and the
Alright, so I got, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, 10 cars. Which means I need like 30 logs. And I can get that through L2. But is L2 big enough for 10 cars? I don't think it is.
I think he can fit 10 cars.
Oh, can it?
And that's about maximum from what I remember.
Okay. Alright, that would be good then.
Though, mind you, that I've not been up there for quite a while.
Yeah, Sheridan has it set up in a way, and I apologize, Sheridan, in advance for anything that gets screwed up here, Whittier and Connolly. But he had things set to particular locations, and I don't think that generally works.
I mean, there's different ways of doing it.
Yeah, I don't know if he ran the math at some point. I could be wrong, but for me, it's just I feel like it's been easier and a little bit more immersive, just like figuring out which locations actually have an inventory of logs, and then you know, providing those cars that's empties up there to get them.
Yeah.
Rather than like taking the same set back to the same exact spot. So I'm gonna grab these. And we're gonna preset them to L2, I think. I just got a couple up to them. And I'm hoping we'll have a few extra hands. I know Creek said he'll be on shortly.
Yeah.
Or a little later, rather.
It'll be great to have more hands. That's a definite. Budgies, go to bed.
Alright,
The joys of birds. Do you own a bird, Nick?
I do not.
Ah, probably
I-
for the best.
Yeah, I would probably strangle it if I did.
Yeah. Especially if it's like a proper parrot. These are parakeets, aka, to be more precise, budgies.
I mean, don't get me wrong, birds are beautiful. And like some of them are like decently worthwhile having, but I don't know. I've never had enough interest in them to want to own one.
I mean, the thing is with parrots in particular, they like company. So they're a lot more compared to like other species of birds you can get, such as like finches and the like, which aren't parakeets. Yeah, they tend to be a lot easier to own compared to parrots where they just want constant attention. Plus the fact they can actually speak back to you. So if you got one from an owner who sweared, most likely the parrot will swear.
Alright, so these seem like they'll be ready to go soon. Let me make sure I don't have anything else anywhere else I need to be... Oh, no, there is 2 cars at Whittier that I need to pull out. That'll keep me occupied for a little bit here. So apply that. Remove air.
Let's see, where's this guy?
Oh, crap. Actually, that was not what I wanted. I wanted this closed. That opened. Anyway, starting the stream off in a nighttime, midnight setting. So it's going to be dark for a little bit. Nasty got a hat. Nice. I'm guessing in-game? I do want to, like, time skip an hour, but I don't want to either. Hello, frame rate.
By the way, what was it you wanted me to bring? It was the cars for Conley, and what else was there?
It's all the bulkhead flats that are down there.
So Sylvia paperboard.
Yeah.
As well. Okay. And you just want me to drop them all off at Dillsborough?
Yeah, or leave them somewhere for like Nasty to pick up.
I can leave them at Dillsborough if you want.
Doesn't matter.
Has a nice little consist and a nice little one too.
Actually, hold on. I have to check that. Can't see the name in. I actually don't know if I have it set. Hold on. Sound input features. Input features. Experimental. Frame rate. Is there a setting for the hostile freight? Oh, here we go. Found it. Haha. Yeah, we're gonna torture ourselves. A hostile freight? Yeah, you guys will find out. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard things. What is it? What is it under? Don't worry about it, Nasu. It's fine. Oh no, frame rate.
Won't be my problem. I am going back to passenger.
We'll see about that. Although, to be fair, you might end up actually having more time to do passengers just because of this. I gotta be careful, though, because I am, like, only 6 tons of coal.
Yeah.
And I've got no coal anywhere else right now.
Oh, God.
So I would have to run my engine to, like, Bryson to get refueled.
That's not good.
So I gotta be as fuel efficient as possible.
Coast whenever you can.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
Hello, White Wolf. Welcome on back. Probably need to slow down, definitely, for this next switch.
Right, time to find this handbrake. There we go.
Here, have some more members. Oh no, Nasu, what are you doing? Come on.
Not Nasu.
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 5 gifted memberships. Oh dear God. Thank you, Nasu. It's a shame at times that it's so random. It's because I feel like there's some people that get memberships when gifted that just, like, I've never seen in my streams. Like, I wish they did. I wish they handled memberships like Twitch does, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Hold on, that means. Ah, he's at Cowie!
Yes, that means he's at Cowie. Moo!
You know what? I'm just going to wait for him to get to the Interchange before I even think about going up to Dillsborough.
Might be a smart idea.
Yeah, which is shocking considering we all have about 2 brain cells.
No, we just share a single brain cell.
Oh yeah.
Some fine details in there.
Yeah. We're every person who joins this voice chat, we basically what we do is we halve it, and then we keep halving it until it gets to like really weird fractions. So instead of us all sharing 1 brain cell, we're actually sharing like 3/16. Yeah.
Hello, Steve. Welcome back.
Welcome, Steve, to the Derp Railroad, where we definitely have a 100% safety record.
Oh yes, 100% safety record. Definitely.
Definitely do.
And don't lie to the newcomers. Except Steve's not a newcomer, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Alright, please be advised, I am switching at Whittier. Not that either of you guys are anywhere near here.
I've got a better idea. Why don't I bring all these cars up to you?
Who has the bird? That would be Callum here. Mr. Derpy Union.
They are 2 budgies, so also known, well, the flock is known as a chatter for obvious reasons.
We're full up in BS here. Yeah, we can't sell safety here. Oh, we just paid for wages. Oh, hello. Money. 22,000. What did we get? We got 4,000 for the sawmill. Almost 5,000. And then probably almost 4,000 between the two whatchamacallits? Pulpwood places. Alright. Just past midnight now. So we're at 22,000? Yeah. Alright, the AMD SW1 has 49,000 traction effort. When in the world does our... Oh, okay.
Let's see. Destination, Sylvia Paperboard P2. Why am I bringing those up to Dillsborough?
What's the coal mine paying out? Don't know what the coal mine's paying out at the moment.
Oh, so are they going up to the coal mine then?
I know there's stuff at the coal mine that needs to come down to the interchange as well.
But yeah, the Sylvia... It says destination Sylvia Paperboard P2. So why am I taking those to Dillsborough?
If it's got freight on it, you gotta shove it into the one lane. However, you have the tabs open, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, if you hit tab, it shows a little tab above the car, and then you can hover your mouse over it. It'll show you where it goes.
Yeah.
How much did we get out, passenger? $10,000 in passenger. It's actually nuts.
How much?
10 grand in passenger in the last day.
Oh god.
That's pretty wild.
Shocking.
I don't know. I'm actually kind of thinking about the SW1. A high traction effort, low profile diesel. Be great for the logging.
No.
Well, the logging tank for Walker sucks for the value that it is. But the EMD SW1 for Walker would be fantastic. Yeah, we're making some money, Steve. We're making some money. Why did that not? I don't know why I had to manually open that car, but whatever. Am I thinking about a second passenger train? Yeah, we could. It is something that we could do. I would like to make sure though that we also have everything we need for wood products like squared out and out of the way. So, I mean, there's a few things we could do. But like capitalizing on wood product would be very helpful. I don't know, Natsu.
I'm experiencing my reverser going back and forwards. It's like I put him forward, right? And then just a moment ago it goes into reverse. What the hell?
There's another Pacific after the Atlantic, which is a 462, which probably would, honestly would maybe be the better option. But you're sacrificing a ton of coal and capacity and gaining 3,000 more water. Big Pacific is big. Is it? It's only 462. Compared to the Atlantic, which is a 442. Yeah, okay. Yeah, honestly, it might be just more worthwhile of having another Atlantic.
Tis a Sean.
Ah, hello, Sean.
How are you?
I'm close in.
Good, good. Actually, I might need a translator. Oh. What's this? I hear a number 7 coming through.
I think NASA announced himself. Ugh, just like one log that has to go left still. Atlantic dies on a 5.4% hell. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I mean, either way, I'm still new to the game and all the engines, so I don't really know what the best picks are. I mean, granted, I wouldn't mind having like one of everything at least at one point. And we have yet to double up on the same of a certain engine.
To be honest, the S23 is quite a good loco.
I like the S23, yeah.
I think we should buy another one.
Oh, if I'm gonna buy another one, I'm gonna get the S52.
The S52?
It's the S23 or the S51. Sorry, the S23's bigger brother.
Do it.
It's the 080 switcher.
Do it. It'd be perfect. By the way, Nasu, switches are all lined for you to go to the interchange if that's where you're going.
Which honestly, if we keep upping the Robinson Gap tiers, the S51 might honestly be the better choice. Because I did put it to tier 4 already.
Hmm. Sounds good.
Yeah, the Mikado is good. I like the Mikado. There's nothing wrong with it.
To be honest, I find some locos in the game to be a bit lackluster. Example, the Mikado tank.
The Mikado tank, I wish would be better, but I don't think it's gonna get improved at all or buffed.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, the development's pretty locked down on what the engines can do.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna take this and throw it on the pulp. Alright, I do have another cut of cars that need to go in the interchange direction.
Mm-hmm. mean, what we could do next, instead of me dropping off all these cars at Dillsborough, I come all the way up to Whittier, drop those off, and I can take the cars that need to go down to the Interchange back with me.
No, that's... We've been trying our best to stop that sort of thing from happening.
Okay.
That's why there's a transfer crew. Which normally I would be on, but I'm trying to pick up the pace over here with what's left of Whittier Connolly.
Hmm.
I don't know how committed they are, Steve, but we'll find out at some point. Whether they'll... I don't think they'll stay entirely to historical power for this game.
The thing is, currently, it's actually, there's not really much historical power on the line to begin with.
Well, I'm not a historian or a filmer, so I don't really know myself, but...
Considering the line is southern, and the lack of southern logos, well,
Alright,
I mean, if we want to talk about historical accuracy, we will all be running on Southern Railway network right now.
hmm. If I remember, yeah.
oops, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna
Considering
prep for... lunks. Alright, I might end up skipping an hour here in a minute. A 75-inch drivers for the big Pacific. Those are large. Come on, number 8. I'm like slow poking with this engine because I don't want to burn through fuel. And pass my switch. Fontana cars delivered. Nice. Yeah, I'm out of coal at Whittier. I've got no hopper here, and there's less than almost half a ton left. Alright, that switch is set. Alright, so I'm gonna skip an hour. Nice. Alright, that did my logs.
Oh, by the way, did you know Shay operated on the Murphy branch?
Well, Shay is just a type of maker of an engine.
No, Lima is the maker. Shay is a
Oh,
model.
okay, let me be a bit more precise. The free truck Shay 1925. Or number, let's see if this image can be a bit clearer.
College started back up, Jack? Oh. Well, I hope college goes well for you. Alright, shoving logs. Ugh. Stinking throat. Yeah, Shay, though, would be nice in the game.
Yeah, it would be.
Alright, so we're gonna push these in, grab the other set, pull them out, drop them to the side, and then shove these in where they need to go. So 4 hours across the map. Probably more like 6 frame rate. Uh, yes, Nasu.
Thought I was going to take them up to Dillsborough where they were going to be taken.
Nah, Nasu, you take them, please.
Alright, best I get out the way of the, or just bring them out so then I can push them onto the back of Asu.
Oh, that's interesting, Jack.
I got a question about the cold core at Robinson Camp.
You okay?
You want me to take them all the way to Sylvia or just drop them all at Bryson for the transfer?
Drop them off at Bryson.
Okay, that's a gotcha. Dope number 2 is coming down the mountain at Robinson Gap, heading towards Bryson.
All right, roger that. It's a longer cut of cars than I thought it would be. Oof. Alright, pushing these over here. Sorry for everybody in stream that can't really see what's going on because it's so dark still.
Railroading at night.
Yep. Oh, what's that, Nasty? You want fog?
I want snow. I want snow. I want snow with realistic physics. That's what I want.
If we had snow, I would love to do plowing.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That's something I find that is lacking in a load of these train games. Well, railroading games. It's like people tend to forget. Oh, snow is actually a much bigger deal than what they have in the games.
Alright, back it up. Of course, one of my logs is already missing.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Drac.
Hey, up.
It's in the dark, folks. How you doing, Nick?
I'm doing alright. You want to go over to Denmark and get your cold back? Because I think Sheridan caught whatever you had.
Me?
Yeah. Weren't you sick?
Yeah, still got the, still getting over, how do you say that? The chest particle part of it?
Oh. Mucus.
But, yeah. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, well, I was still getting over the damn thing. That's why you haven't seen me in the last few days.
That's fine.
Well, we've missed you either way.
Well, thank you very much. I hope you all had a great Christmas and definitely an absolute awesome New Year's.
However, there's one very important question. Are
What's
you
that?
part of the Derp Railroad Union?
Well, of course I am. You know that.
He's
Good,
the original
good.
derp.
Good, good.
Oh, how you doing now? How much have you opened up, Nick?
I don't think we haven't really gained any more territory than what you've seen since last time.
But what about our milestones?
We're working on those right now, though. I think we might have one open up soon, but the other one has like 2 more phases to it.
You have upgraded the engines. I know that the last time I was there,
Yeah.
and it looks like you got more cars too.
Yeah, well, there's always more cars.
Yeah, you gotta have more cars. You gotta pay them bills. So how
There
was
you
your
go.
sorry? How was your holidays?
They weren't bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are. Who was it? One of you was talking about no snow. Guess what?
We didn't have snow for the holidays.
No, that is we. And we usually have a foot or two by now.
Yeah. However, we're supposed to get slammed this weekend.
There, I can check in on that one. Let me see. What's
Um,
coming up
I
next,
think we're
folks?
getting hit like Saturday into Sunday, something like that.
Get a look at the radar. Woohoo! That's one thing I do like about tech. Oh heck, we're gonna get hit tonight. Where you at?
I'm down in Pittsburgh, the western side of
Pittsburgh.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, okay, down there. Yeah, might get hit by it too. Let's see where it's headed. Oh yeah, yeah, it's going to see you too. Actually, supposedly we're supposed to be getting hit with it right now.
Yeah, it makes about good sense there.
It's kind of late too. It's all coming off the lakes, eh?
If we're getting slammed from the lakes, then that's gonna be a
Horrendous.
heavy snow.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it depends. Right now, it's not. What's up there by was it Sault Ste. Marie and that in Michigan? That looks pretty nasty. And then the stuff up by North Bay in Toronto's nasty. But Ottawa, I think we just got lucky. I think we just saw a piece of what went past us. Can see that for Quebec.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
anytime we
just
get
strange.
lake effect for us, we get slammed pretty bad.
Oh heck yeah! I've felt the stuff that comes off those lakes from you guys down there. Especially when I was up in the hills. That was not fun. Oh, it was definitely what do you call it? An experience for driving. I'll tell you that. But I have seen. I've gone down to places like Kingston and Brockville, just on the other side of Watertown and that. And I've actually got caught for a whole weekend in Kingston because we got like 3 feet, almost 4 feet of friggin' packed snow. Nothing was going anywhere.
Hey Nix, could you do me a favour by any chance?
Maybe. How much are you
Could
paying?
you skip? I'm paying coffee.
What do you need?
Could you skip for 1 more hour because there's 2 cars here at the paper board, which one has 0.7 tons of salt left, the other has 3.9 tons of lime left.
I'm gonna say no on that at the moment.
Okay.
Didn't hurt that. That's right.
Aye.
Holy crap! You said you were in plus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a bash. Damn. Looks like a whole bunch. It just changed. What do they call it? The updated on the radar. But we're not down in South Carolina though.
Jack, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You did not have to do that, but I appreciate it.
Woohoo.
Yeah, and enjoy studying there, Jack.
Oh crap! Did I end up with one of those?
You have one, but I don't
Yeah,
remember
I don't know
who
where it
gave
came
you
from.
one.
If it was from him, thank you. I didn't even notice I had one.
I think it
by the way-
probably was from Nassau.
Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, who did. It's funny because people are probably confused. I'm a mad dragon here, but not there. That's my other character, folks. The Kringle Master. The Chris Kringle, yeah. Better be good kitties. Santa has a brother called Sir Chris.
All right.
What are you hauling right now?
Empty skeleton log cars.
Oh, you're doing the back up there in the hill?
Yeah, I'm doing Connolly Creek.
Oh man, that's such a that one. It's a hair raiser for sure. But you got the upgraded engine too, right?
Yeah, we got a pretty
Yeah,
strong
okay.
engine for this, so
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
good.
an issue.
That's good because you need one for up there.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say Sheridan's still sick. He's got a fever and a headache.
Yeah, my younger brother is just getting over COVID again. Something's going around, man.
I've been fine, although I'm concerned now because the guy I was working with today apparently had came back from being out sick with bronchitis. So I'm hoping I don't get that. That's gonna be ugly.
Yeah, I've had that too before.
I've never had it, and I don't want it.
Oh no, it's nasty. Trust me, it's very nasty. It took me a long time to get over that one. But I did manage to do something today that was trying to do for months.
Yeah, well,
I finally darkened out my bedroom windows.
oh, nice.
Well, I got a weird sleep pattern. I used to work at night, so I used to sleep at the day. So even now, I can't sleep during the night as much. So yeah, black out those windows, man.
Yeah, I've had night I worked overnights for quite a while.
Yeah.
I have nights now that like every now and again it's just my brain will not turn off or shut off enough for me to sleep.
Oh, I know. I try to pass out for a couple hours, and next thing you know, I'm back at my computer. Well, I can't sleep.
Yeah, I have that problem. My brain won't shut up, and I just wait there awake at night till my brain won't shut up.
Yeah.
Like,
Being super hyper don't help either.
well, I have attention deficit disorder, and that part of it, like my brain just never shuts up, never shuts up at all.
Yeah, mine right now is squealing like crazy. I have that other thing they call tinnitus or whatever the hell they call it. That's a real pain in the ears. But other than that, no. I just thought all the work I ever did, I was done it mostly at night. It was just easier to do the work, for one. You didn't have as much traffic during the night. And two, I preferred it. I was some kind of a night hawk.
I was telling my mom last night, I was bitching about the cold and frozen windshields, and I told her like I used to get out of work at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'd get in my car. It'd be the middle of the winter. I hate nocturnal winters. That sucks the most.
Me too.
But like I'd get out of work, get in my car, and just immediately start driving. Even with a frozen windshield, I'd have like this tiny like
little hole,
6-inch hole, just to be able to see through. And it wasn't a problem then because nobody was on the road.
Yeah, that's the funnest part about what I was doing. I was going home just as everybody, like, when everybody's going home from work, I'm getting ready to go to work. Bonus part is in the morning when you come, when you finish bringing all your stuff back. Yeah, it's about 6 o'clock in the morning. You start. Actually, there was a trick around that. If you put a rubber mat, over the top of your windshield, you didn't have that problem.
Yeah.
Oh, not later on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We used to put overnight. If it was going to get really frosty or anything like that, we put a cover over the front of the windshield just to keep the frost off it. Couldn't afford, especially as a courier, you had to get your shit together right away. Had to do that with the truck, and your car, unless you were in a garage or something, you made damn sure your car was plugged in. But, it's funny. I don't know if you noticed where you're at, but here I've noticed, especially this year, man, we've got no snow. Like whatever snow we had, there's just dirt piles out. I was out earlier this week and saw there's nothing there.
Yeah, we haven't. We had. We actually no, we did have a little bit of snow already this year. Like we've had once
Oh,
or
yeah, we've
twice where it's
had
like
some.
flurried, and then there was one that kind of just gave us a light coating, and that was it. It was gone within the day.
Yeah. What the funny thing is, this 62 years I've been around, this is the first time I've ever seen this. I mean, I've seen a green Christmas a couple of times, but I haven't seen it as barren as this in the middle of, like, going into bloody January.
Yeah.
January and February normally are our coldest months here. We usually, by this time, have about 3 feet, 4 feet of snow. There's nothing out there.
Yeah, I think they're predicting for us to get just absolutely smacked with snow
that's what I'm
between
thinking. We're gonna get
January and
hammered.
February.
Yeah, we're going to get hammered eventually.
But I mean, it's the kind of stuff they say every year, and we just don't ever end up getting it. So who knows?
But something else caught me a few years back that I was thinking, could it be? It's not that the weather is changing. The weather's still doing the same patterns. It's just it's doing it later in the year, in their year. You know what I mean? Like it's moving up the months. It's changing its cycle.
I don't know on that one.
Yeah. No. All I know is, man, we should have about 3 to 4 feet of snow, and there ain't none. I'm not complaining about it. I'll tell you that. See, the one thing I like about winter is no bugs.
Yeah.
So,
Or if you do find bugs, they're usually in your sitting spot. Like, this is my warm chair. Get out.
Yeah.
I have my little space heater running right now. I was cold all day at work today. It drove me nuts. Which is usually not a problem because the tools we work with are very, very hot. Some of which, like, our extruders, they'll blow out anywhere between, like, 250 to 300 degrees Fahrenheit.
Nice.
Hot air. Dry, hot air. But, yeah.
Toasty.
Can't warm up.
Yeah, I got the electric base here in the living room, and then I had a small, there's a small one in the bedroom, but I don't use that one. I use a small little heater, like one you can just plug in. But
Yeah.
I like this one. It's not like your normal space heaters where most of them are square. This one's actually like a tower, right? But the heater is in the middle and it blows upward, and it sucks the air from underneath and goes up with it, and then it spreads it out.
Oh,
Really
that's
nice
that's
heater.
kind of nice.
And on the bottom of it, it's got a safety switch, so if it ever tips or goes the wrong way, it automatically shuts off.
Yeah, my space heater has that.
Yeah, but most places
It's thrown me off a couple of times too. I thought like once or twice that I was like that it was just broken, and it wasn't. It just wasn't sitting on the little button that keeps it on.
Which is a great safety feature to have. Especially because of the way that some of these are made. They're not made to be tipped over because it melts the parts that are on the side, or the circuits meant to flow the air up through the heater and out. Not to come towards all the parts that are, where the thing's made. I just never trusted the square ones. I've seen so many things happen. I definitely don't trust the gas ones. Sorry, but not in an apartment. Unless you're outside and you got lots of ventilation, keep away from the gas ones, man. That will hurt you very bad. Like those buddy heaters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I said, unless you got air coming in all the time, and or you turn them off before you go to bed. Yeah, no. It's because they use up all the air. They use the air. Unless you got good circulation, you could get carbon dioxide poisoning from them. Actually, that's a funny thing too. They do have a safety in there that there's like a little extra. If the air gets too thin, it goes out. Now, don't quote me on this on all your devices out there. I don't know exactly how they all work, but some of them do have that option on them. I do too much camping.
I thought I was gonna get all 10 cars in that one siding, but they're not gonna fit. So
Nope.
gotta
You
roll
get,
these
what, 8 in
2
there?
odd ones down the line and put them in another spot.
I think you get 8 in there, don't you?
Yeah, you can squish 9 in there if you really squeeze
Squish
it.
it.
Yeah, but the cars aren't happy. So
Well, they do the funky chicken, do they?
I don't know. It just like it technically doesn't fit, and I don't really want to space bound any cars.
Just do it. Yeah, I totally agree.
So we're
No
gonna take
need to
these
mash
2
it.
down to the other location here. L1. Michael.
I was just happy today to get those windows blackened out, man. Sleep good tonight.
Yeah.
Exercise
So what
morning.
did you use?
Oh, well, originally I used tinfoil and then just masking tape, but it would glow through the masking tape, and I couldn't get it clean, you know. And when you had to open them up, it would drag all that stuff out. So
So
this
I'm
time,
happy that you said that because I've done the same thing.
yeah, I found out the hard way. Yes, I had to learn that lesson. No,
Um
what I did was by what do they call it? Instruction board, crafting board. You can get there in black. You can get them all the different colors, but
yeah.
I got the black ones, and then I just measured them out, and I used two-way tape and just taped them up. It worked beautifully.
So when I was working my first night job, I had asked one of my coworkers, who obviously had been doing this for a while. I was like, how do you get like pure darkness in a bedroom? And what he said is you take some cardboard, you make it the size of your window frame, and you take aluminum foil, and you put the foil on the other side, the one side of the cardboard, and you stick it in the window. You would glue it, tape it up, whichever way you want to do it. But you would.
Yeah.
The point was you stick it in the window, looking outside. So when the sun came in, it just reflected off
Reflected
the
it.
the tin foil.
Yeah.
And that was supposed to help out with the temperature of the room and also just the darkness of the room, and it worked. Now I did a terrible job of it, so it really wasn't the
Yeah.
prettiest thing in the world, but
But it is true. I mean, that was the original reason why I did it. But then I realized this. I'm on the north side of my building. I don't get enough sunlight to worry about it.
yeah. Meanwhile, on the other hand, my room at the time had direct sunlight almost always.
Yeah, then I would have definitely either that or we call it mylar that has that same reflection on it, but doesn't allow sunlight to come through it. You can use that stuff too. It's a little more expensive though. But I decided to go with the well, I don't know, what do they call it? Art paper. Can't remember what they used to call it, but anyway, it
Construction
worked.
paper.
Yeah, construction paper, but it's the big, like almost 3 feet by what 2.5 feet or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the bigger pieces, not your small ones, but the big pieces. You got to fit a window with it.
Probably like paperboard or something like that.
There's a name for it, but I can't remember. The honest though, I mean, you know what it's called? Oh, construction paper, ain't it? Can't remember exactly. Anyhow,
don't
you
know.
get the idea. I basically was able to get 3 pieces, and it took 3 pieces, but because my windows are long. But the perfect thing about it is it's clean. It doesn't look somebody wrecked it. To put tape everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was it the gentleman that works downstairs that runs the building. He said, "Yeah, it would look cleaner if you did that." So that'll make him happy. So how are we doing on the goals right now?
Not bad. Nasu, I don't have any switches set for you, but if you want to look for a lane, there's one kind of empty lane that you can take.
Nasu.
And then I'll work my way back down.
What's Nasu running?
Nasu is breaking some rules. He's taking engine number 7, which is usually our freight engine, and running it with, number 7's our passenger engine.
But he's freighting it.
Yeah, but he's freighting it, which is not what we should be doing with it, but.
So I guess right now the passenger one's just sitting.
Yeah, the passenger cars are sitting. Although we did look at the report since we just flipped over into a new day. The previous day's report came in and it said something ridiculous like 10 grand worth of passenger money or passenger fares from the last day. So passengers making some good money.
Yep. Sounds like it. Well, I'm gonna go get myself some rest after all this stuff. So, you guys have a great evening.
Yeah, enjoy.
Yeah. I got you playing on the weekend.
Yeah, I should. I don't know what I'm doing yet this weekend, but we'll see.
Because if we get my health seems to be better by then, I'll definitely come join you then for sure. Just that this was stuff I had to get out of the way.
Yeah, of course.
Part of life, my friends. Oh, Uncle Steve's in there. Hey.
Hey.
What's happening, bro?
Not much. Just pulling some cold thing.
Oh, he's pulling the cold. Okay. All right, folks. You all take care, and we'll keep in touch.
Yeah, enjoy.
Roger that. Take care.
I got to go for now. Just going to have my food and such. Then I'll be back.
All right, enjoy.
You too.
Bring some food back for the rest of us. Alright, Nasu, I'm rolling down the mountain out of Connolly. Squeaky wheel noises. Just gotta be careful of how much fuel I'm using. Alright, number 8, entering the Whittier Y. Alright, let's see what's going on down here. Oh, okay. Alright, so scratch that thought. We're just gonna run down the main. Nasu, these like 5 cars here need to go down to Sylvia. But there's also other cars up at Bryson.
Number 2 will be collecting coal from Bryson Rubber Coal and Supply to North track number 3 for Sylvia Interchange.
If you're running things across the map, Nasu, then you need to grab either 6 or 9. Which is the Mikado or the, Connie. Alright, and they'll hook up to these. Hello, Zach. It's going A-okay. Alright, how many... These are 50 tons each. Okay. So I gotta figure out... Oh, P3, P4 are the bulk ones. Okay. Ah, alright. I'll BRB, guys, real quick. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. And I gotta figure out pulpwood. Alright, I'm back. Alright, how many cars do I have? 17 cars. Alright, wonderful. I guess we're just gonna start throwing these up because literally everything else is full right now. Yes, Nasu. Hello, Tank Engine Media. Welcome on back. Alright, so P1. P1 and P2 are full. Moo again? Yes, always moo. Alright. 5 was left out somewhere at Silva Paperboard for some reason. Yeah, I know, but just stop leaving engines out. You know what? I guess Carl never went off. I probably should have done that. Yeah. Does not make me feel better, but it is what it is. Alright. That was not left open. Alright, cool.
Can reload into video headlamp.
I'm sorry, I did not understand a single part of that, other than lamp. Oh. Yeah, it might help. Nine's a nice engine, though. Alright, I need to get to the front here. And I need to make sure that I'm making every stop possible. This is quite a shove. Ah. Nose exploded.
Well, that's not good.
No, no. I tend to like my nose the normal way around and not all over the place. But sneezing will do that. Alright, wow, now I'm losing a lot of speed here. But that's also okay because we're pretty much where we need to be. Yeah, the lean on that engine is frightening. I was paranoid when using it. I'm just gonna squeal our way in here. Alright, so this should be P1. Nope. Come on. Alright, so it should just be the first couple of cars then. One cycle. Alright, handbrakes. Oh, Camp Freak. Welcome on back. Duration cycle. Alright, just gonna let that start rolling. It's gonna be a little weird having to go through this little siding, but it's gonna be quicker this way. As long as we don't really go too fast through it. And then realign that to the main. Alright, up the mountain we go. Is Whittier a lag fest? I've never really noticed any lag at Whittier. Alright, here we go. That should only really fit about 5 cars. If even that. Oh, this might only like fit 3 or 4. That's annoying. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not be rolling downhill. Alright, and then... Whoops. Close that. Which means the rest of this needs to be set to P3, P4. I wish cycled was coupled, or you could have an option to do the same thing as the copied to coupled. Come on, one more car. Alright, straightforward, I'm guessing, and then it's just going to be between these 2 switches. Hello, Gecko. Good evening to you. Welcome on back. NASA, if you want, I can go grab that car at Ela, maybe. Oh, what the hell? Oh, Arca Junction Y has been completed. It hasn't registered on the Oh, wait, no, there it is. Oh, yeah, that or 2. Actually, 2 can do it. Either one. It is technically out of my zone. Alright, then Sean's got it then. Alright, so we're gonna stick these 4 and 5. Yeah, I know the interchange is very full. We'll figure something out. As long as, I mean, shove whatever you can in there. I hope night shift isn't going too bad for you, Gecko. Alright, I need to break the cars here. Gecko, do you work on an actual line? Or an actual railroad? I don't remember if you've told us or not. I wish I could turn up the brightness for you guys too. I hate how dark it is for a stream. Oh. Hello.
Oh, hello.
How be you?
Could be better.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
could certainly be better.
Well, I mean, you're in at a good time because we still haven't reached the interchange tower yet. So our interchange is almost literally entirely full of cars that need to go out.
Nice. What interchange setting do you have it on?
Yes. If you know, you know.
Hmm.
It's on hostile.
Oh, you poor unfortunate souls.
I've been trying to pick up the slack at Whittier Connolly. So I haven't really been doing much of anything else, and then the other guys have been running all the other things. Yeah, don't spoil it for Nasu.
Oh.
Nasu doesn't
Alright.
Nasu doesn't understand.
Hey, what button's for the headlight?
Jay?
Is it J?
Yeah.
Oh, alright. Oh, I hate when I press a button on my mouse and it totally changes what my mouse is doing. Shit. There it goes.
What is this hostile thing? You guys will see. You guys will see.
They heard me go, what?
if Krieg is upset, you know it's gonna be bad. need more peeps in here.
I mean, I'm not upset. I'm used to that. That's just the way we got our interchange. Norfolk Southern would vomit over the hump our entire train, and then that's what we got. Some
It
days
is
it was
what it
good.
is.
Some days it was good. Some days it was bad. I may have to dip for a couple minutes. I'm expecting a phone call.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'll mute and such, but
If you don't, then stream's gonna participate in the phone call.
I don't advise that. Considering the phone call that it is. So anyway, it's been a fun day. Not really. Blown hydraulic lines on farm equipment do not tend to
Ooh,
be fun.
no. Yeah, broken hydraulic lines are not fun at all. Period.
Especially when it's not a rubber line, it's a steel tube
Oh,
that runs from underneath the cab of the combine, down behind every pulley, behind the unloading auger, where it comes to a junction where you can barely get a wrench on there. You have to stuff yourself in there to get enough leverage on the wrenches to break the connection so that you can then bypass the line. It took me all morning to fix.
I'm so sorry, man.
Oh, it's life. It's farmer's life.
That is very unfortunate.
So it's gonna be balls to the wall for the next 2 days, trying to get everything done before we get this blizzard.
Is everybody okay if I wait an hour or skip an hour?
I'm just chilling with number 6, so
No, Nasu's on 9.
you gave 9 to Nasu.
I didn't give it to him, but it's kind of just all I had. Because freight needed to be ran across the map.
I see.
Alright, I'm not hearing any objections, so I'm waiting an hour just to have logs. If you want to take a look at like the Silva paperboard area, I don't know what else is need to be done, but I know 5 got left down there.
Okay. Sorry. Let's see here.
I'm like burning fumes in terms of my fuel in this engine because I don't have any more coal left at Whittier. Nope, crap. That is not what I wanted.
It's got two. So paperboard is 2 cars to pull. I think. Pulpwood's still loaded for the most part. That's got to be pulled. And there's only 3 cars to. Oh, wait, there's cars over here.
Gecko apparently is bragging about the fact that they are building Legos at work and watching the stream.
That's nice.
Yeah.
There's only 3 cars to pull up in Silva. So it's gonna have to get done eventually. But... Wow, they did fill the interchange.
I was gonna say, you want to have a look at that monstrosity?
They're not inbounds. They're all outbounds.
Yeah.
So, what am I looking at? These are all interchanged out.
Yeah.
So I gotta wait for interchange to come in.
Yep. Mhm. It's just chaos because I don't think we've ever had it that full before an interchange service.
It's pretty nice though. You're talking what, 50 cars,
60
60?
ish, maybe 20 in each lane at capacity.
Middle lane's not full.
Okay, so maybe 50 then. Gecko, what Legos are you building? What Lego set do you have? Gecko did 10 years aboard a submarine, so he feels for your pain for the hydraulic lines breaking.
Ah, yes. Well, I appreciate the sympathy. Worst part about I got that done, and then I started the combine back up, and then the one hydraulic pump wasn't turning because the belt decided to be loose, and it was fine yesterday. It's like, come on, so I had to screw with that. But the combine's over at the field,
Hey, nice.
so
What are you growing anything or?
my soybeans are really late, and they gotta come off. So I have 46 acres of soybeans, and
wow.
the field I'm over at is 23 of those 46. So I'm not gonna get it all done before the blizzard. So I'm hoping we don't actually get hit hard. And then in another week and a half, when the weather's decent again, I can take off the other 23, and I'm not out $18,000,
Yeah.
because that does not interest me.
Who would?
I'm just floating camera around the main down from Silva looking for cars to pick up, and it looks like you guys, there's 3 at Silva if I really wanted to do it right this second by myself, but I might just leave them.
I think NASA's working on going out to Bryson to come back with more cars.
Mm.
So I think
Oh,
by the
it's
time
3 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Okay.
So by the time he gets back, I'm thinking that will be when we'll sleep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Unless I push it just because of wood handling.
Who works Wilmont? Is that out of Whittier's, or is that out of Silva?
Wilmont is Bryson.
Oh,
Which
really?
I might actually end up changing that to Wilmont Walker.
I would think with the cross proximity to Whittier's that you would work Wilmot out of Whittier.
Oh,
Oh, it's Silva.
yeah,
Why?
yeah, Silva
It
Wilmont.
seems that's such a stretch to just.
Well, Wilmont's such a low service anyway.
I guess there's 2 to pull there in Wilmot. I don't know if I was train master. Oh wait, I am. But if it were up to me, Wilmot would probably be served out of Whittier. Not that Whittier isn't already busy as all hell, but
Yeah.
and I guess that makes sense because Silva's crew, they get done pretty quick with their chores. Well, they used to. We'll see how long that lasts now.
Yeah, Silva might be bogged
They
up
might
until
they might be buried.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, would it just be more worthwhile to pull everything out of the next interchange, haul it straight down to Dillsboro, and sort it there?
Well, there are enough tracks to do that. So that would probably be best because the track space in Silva while long, it only provides for
Like
two
one
to
track.
three useful tracks. So in my professional opinion, yes, it would be better off to drag it to Dillsboro and sort it between the available, well, 3 tracks unless you block the main.
Ooh, that was a little rough.
But they're a lot easier to sort through those 3 tracks than the 3 in Silva. Of course, you could also use the service lead if you really had to use a 4th track to sort. And there is a crossover there, actually. So that would be a possibility. If you sort it going with the head end on the east. If you do it on the west end, then you're shoving uphill, though. So, guess it depends on how bad the train is, how you would want to shift it. I've done both. I've shifted on a hill going up and going down. So
And neither which I'm sure was fun.
usually not, because it required a lot of handbrake tying. Because the Pocono Main goes down 77 feet for every mile, which, by the way, is steep for a railroad, a main line for that matter. I know it's not
77 feet per mile?
right, which is 1.65%.
Yeah.
You
That's
know, people
almost...
here.
What is Horseshoe Curve? I forget.
It's probably around that or a little steeper.
I want to say it's almost a little bit steeper, but I could be wrong. I know it's about that range though, somewhere between like 1 and
1.8%.
1.5 maybe.
1.8.
Oh, is it? Okay. I've been meaning to go back out there again.
So it is certainly steeper than the Pocono grade, but not by a lot.
No.
But it's certainly enough that when the Penzi moved tonnage over that, well, when the Lackawanna moved tonnage over to Pocono, it was all. You had 2 484s on passenger trains on the Pocono, so that
Wow.
the Lackawanna wasn't screwing around.
How many passenger cars were they carrying though?
The Lackawanna had the main train came out of Scranton. What the heck was that? The Phoebe Snow. That was one of their biggest named trains. You're talking quite a few heavyweights. So, I know that when I worked for the DL, we rated a C425 2500 horsepower 4-axle at 9 loads in 2012 on the Pocono Main. So you had 143 tons roughly times 9 for one locomotive. And I can tell you that didn't normally hold true just due to weather, leaves, vegetation. I mean, the track was always clean of weeds, but leaves was a constant issue. And you get into the curves, and the rating of the locomotives just goes down the tubes. And then the 6-axles did better, but there are some days we literally crawled up that hill. You could smell the hot traction motors.
Must have been a good smell.
No, burning insulation and hot copper and brass has this very burning electric smell that normally, you go, oh, I should probably not do this, but if you dare close the throttle even a notch, you're done, and there's no one coming to save you. And then the only solution from there is to split the train, which, yes, it can be done, but when you're trying to get home without running out of hours, you got customers to switch, doubling the hill usually adds an hour and a half. Easy.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, we can keep going and get to our destination in 20 minutes, or we can shut the throttle, save the power. Well, they're GE motors; they can handle it. But or add 2 hours to your day, and piss everybody off. And it's like, well, they're their engines. They want us to keep going and keep the throttle out. So that's the way it was. But I mean, the GE 752 motor is actually quite stout. It's not as good as a Westinghouse motor, but it's the next best thing. I mean, I prefer to work on EMDs. I like the Algos, but working on an EMD is just usually so much easier. But their traction motors aren't quite as. It's not that they're not strong; it's that they can't take the beating. They fail quicker. Not that they're gonna fail, instantly if you start to overload them, but they wear a lot quicker than a GE motor. Westinghouse motor, good luck killing one of those.
Yeah, we got a Westinghouse building not far from me. I can't even think exactly where it is. It's like somewhere near towards like New Stanton, off of like I-70 in the western Pennsylvania area.
Did you ever hear the story of Ironton 751 during Conrail?
No.
I don't know how true this is because obviously I wasn't around yet. But the old hats tell me that when Conrail took over in 76, Ironton Railroad 751, which is a Baldwin DS441,000, was still very much in service because the Ironton would actually ship it over to the Reading for servicing, and on inspections it would actually go over to the C&J or the Lehigh Valley, whoever had room over in Bethlehem, for inspections and other minor maintenance. So it was usually in a pristine condition. Well, when Conrail took over, anything oddball was to be disposed of. So Baldwins were orphaned since the 50s, so anything on Baldwin on the roster was immediately crossed off, as well as anything Fairbanks, Morse. Alcos were on extremely borrowed time, and anything that was already on the deadline stayed there. So when they got a hold of 751, they couldn't actually justify sending it off to Naparano right away because it was in such good shape. So they decided, well, we'll fix that. So they put it on the Allentown hump by itself for months
And abused the crap out of it.
and couldn't kill it. The story goes that
what kind of engine was it? It was a
Baldwin DS441,000. If you look up Ironton 751, you'll get a picture.
Was that a diesel or?
Yeah, it's a diesel. Basically, from what I was told, the engine was shipped to Naparano without being killed. So that's kind of upsetting, but it's the way it is. They didn't want to have to maintain it anymore, and I imagine they found something stupid, like, oh well, that wire burned off. I guess it's dead now, or something to that effect. So, which I take those stories pretty decently because I know the old hats who stayed with Conrail. I knew a couple of them. One was a guy by the name of Joe. He was a Lehigh Valley track foreman. Great guy. I miss him. The other guy was Mike Bednar. I know him and his brother Danny. I actually interchanged with Danny for quite a few years before he retired from NS. He would actually come up to interchange with my interchange for PT98 on the DL. The one day he wanted to train my C420s because I had the Valley Girls, and he's like, "I'll give you these SDs." I'm like, I would take you up on that, but the management wouldn't like it so much. Danny's a great guy. It was always funny, but we had a good time. But I mean, I take their stories full-heartedly because why would they make it up? I mean, they're the ones who lived it. They were there,
Yeah.
So Joe, or the track foreman, told me all kinds of stories of shenanigans that were accidents. Like he would tell us that the one dispatcher or tower man down at Allentown, I forget what the heck the guy's name was. He always had it out for Joe and vice versa. And Joe was telling me the one day he had a track gang out in the yard. They had the track lifted up. They were doing ballast and ties and stuff. And Joe had the track out of service. Well, back in those days, the D&H came down to Allentown and ran their trains out of Allentown and would head back north. Well, the D&H had turned, I guess, or was it, or were they coming in? Forget. Either way, they were coming down the track pretty hot, and Joe heard. And to his surprise, the D&H man was coming down his track at full force.
Oh
So
boy.
everybody bailed, and the train came right through and destroyed all the brand new aluminum jacks the Valley had just bought.
Oh no.
So there are all kinds of neat stories like that. You'll never hear stuff like that again. Shenanigans like that don't happen on NS. You kidding me? You even sneeze in the wrong direction of someone who's in management, and there's a rules violation for that. So
Yeah, one of the guys I was working with at my job before he went to another one, his ex-wife was, or actually still is, was a yard master of can't think of the name. What the hell is the big yard at Norfolk Southern Yard outside of Pittsburgh?
Conway.
Connolly.
No, not Connolly. Conway.
Was it Conway Yards?
I think it's Conway.
It's something like that. Hi, Dark.
Hey, Theo.
You know what? I gotta look it up. That's gonna bug me. I don't think it's.
I'm pretty sure it's Conway. Outside of Pittsburgh, Enola's Harrisburg. You have Conway out by Pittsburgh. You have Altoona in the middle, and you have Columbus in Ohio. Those are your big ones. Allentown is but a shadow of its former self.
It is Conway Yards. All right. Yeah. And I'm not far from Old Mingo either.
Oh yeah, Mingo, the last hurrah of the Alcos.
Yeah, actually, I'm within like an hour drive of Mingo, not even. And that's straight down Ohio 2. Or not 2, 7.
And Penzi said, "Hey, we don't like these things. We're gonna assign them here where they're most useful because they're good at pulling up hills without dying." Okay.
Yeah, so we got Mingo Junction right here near us. Conway, and then Altoona, which really isn't that far of a stretch. It's like maybe 2-3 hours additionally down the rails.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've never been out to Columbus. I'm sure there's quite a spectacular yard out there.
I can't say I've been to Columbus Yard. I mean, I've certainly seen Enola. I've seen Reading. I've gotten a decent look at Altoona, but any further west, I can't say that I've really investigated any.
Altoona's not bad. Altoona is more of a service hub than I feel like than it is a yard, but
There's a yard there. It's just not very big. We back when the heck was that? Was that I want to say that was 2009? I think it was 2009. There was a big Conrail Historical Society thing out there. We got to see all kinds of fun stuff. The SD80 Max are still there. Um, they parked whatever blue engines they had left there before they got painted, and then we got a tour of the shops at Altoona. Was pretty cool.
oh, I envy that. I would love to have done that.
Yeah, that was pretty neat. Um, it was so long ago, I barely remember much of it, sadly.
Well, Altoona is not really anything to remember other than what's there for the railroad.
Well, I mean, like though, like I don't remember much of the shop's insides. I kind of remember
Oh.
the setup and what was going on. There was an engine getting new power packs, and there were truck assemblies laying about, and they showed us the layout in the yard and stuff like that. It was neat. It was kind of neat to be in one of the meccas of railroading. You know, I kind of wish that my group had been able to save the Weatherly shops, which was one of the Lehigh Valley original shops, built in I think it was completed in 67 or 1869, and was in operation building locomotives for Lehigh Valley up until 1896, and then it ceased being part of the Lehigh Valley network period in 1910, and stood up until 2021.
Wow.
We were trying to get a grassroots project going to buy it off of the borough, which did not succeed. And despite everybody's best efforts, the borough decided it was better off to knock it down, grind all the stone into driveway stone, and it is now just a parking lot for their trail.
That's unfortunate.
It was a really cool place. There were many a locomotive were birthed there, and they're dead now. Well, Sayre's gone too. Conrail made sure of that in '84, I think. '84 or '86 is when Sayre got torn down. They did that to all the surplus shops, though. Lackawanna lost shops. The Erie lost shops. I mean,
Spencer's is still there. Nah,
well,
Spencer's is down south in South Carolina or North Carolina. One of the,
well, yeah, you
North
still
Carolina.
have quite a few big ones. I mean, Scranton survived. Scranton survived, but that's also because it got sold right away to what became Steamtown.
Right.
So, and that was in the '80s, I think, is it when that sale was. So that was right around the time that Conroe would have torn it down anyway. So it got sold before they could take the wrecking ball to it.
Yeah.
I think that's the only reason that Scranton survives, because it wasn't. Conrail wasn't really using it for anything. A couple engines to go in and out here and there, but Scranton was not a big Conrail hub. It wasn't. There was no reason for it to be. You had the D&H there on the Sunbury sub. You weren't really bringing anything out of Allentown up to Taylor for any particular reason that way, and Conrail was still using the Lehigh line, so everything came up that way and went up through Sayre. And then there was the other traffic would just come up, the Pennsy, or it would go up through Jersey and then come across. Conrail was not dumb. They didn't like bringing things over mountains if they didn't have to. And the Pocono grade was not easy. The Lehigh grade was not easy. The Lehigh line, once you get out of Jim Thorpe, it gets steep. Which is why the Lehigh Valley bought the big Alcos to pull everything up over the mountain. But it's amazing that all that survived. I mean, I'm shocked that all those viaducts survived. I'm not shocked that the Lackawanna Cutoff was torn up, and actually there's speculative stories from the old hats as to why the Lackawanna Cutoff got torn up. It had something to do with it was something to do with Atlantic City. I don't remember what exactly. I don't remember the
Atlantic
story.
City was pretty dead for a while.
Yeah, but there was some backroom deal that was made with the Conrail gods that someone didn't want traffic over to Lackawanna Cutoff for some reason. So they tore it up. Because the Lackawanna Cutoff, there was no reason to really tear it up because it was a good possible passenger route, which Conrail was at the time also a federal entity, so Conrail and Amtrak kind of got along, kind of, until Conrail got tired of the whole using electrics over the railroad thing and tore that out in 82, 83, which is also the demise
Wait.
of the GG1s.
Conrail tore down electric lines?
Well, yeah, that they decommissioned all the catenary and stuff on the railroad. I mean, it used to be electrified all the way out to Altoona.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that.
I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that. I'm
I
not a
was gonna,
Penzi expert. I'm not a Penzi expert, but don't quote me on that.
Altoona may have been a stretch on that in that.
But it was
department.
definitely west of Harrisburg. There was definitely Penzi electrification.
I know the
Pretty
electric
sure.
lines still exist all the way to Harrisburg, but they do not go past Harrisburg.
Here we go. Pennsylvania Road electrification map. Let's looky.
Fun stuff.
Oh, I might be wrong. It might have only been to Harrisburg. Down to Washington, over the Harrisburg, up to New York. That's all electrified. I guess west of Harrisburg was not a...
Yeah, but the electric lines went all the way, or now go all the way down to Florida, don't they? Or am I making that up?
I think you're making that up. I think the NEC is only to Washington, if I remember correctly.
Or is just the northeast extension, or the northeast corridor, classified from, like, Maine to Florida? Or is the corridor literally only just Washington to New York?
I think it's only Washington, New York.
Ah.
It's only 453 miles long.
So Washington to New York then kind of makes sense.
Boston to DC.
Boston to DC.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it was longer than that. Although I did take Amtrak from Wilmington up to Boston once and back.
I mean, it's 108 stations, but only 30 of them are Amtrak, 78 are commuter rail stations.
Yeah.
So, but could you imagine having to remember where to stop for all of those?
For 98 stations, or the ones they actually have?
Well, I mean, even for 30 stations is quite a bit. I mean, I can tell you, when we would take qualification testing, the physical attributes of the line, we were asked. Usually, the questions would read, "What is the switch just east of milepost such and such?" And you had to name it, and then you had to do, was that trailing switch? Was that a facing point switch? Was this, that? What's the switch beyond it? You know, are there any special rules for that? You had to know everything. Physical characteristics, that's the name of the test.
Okay.
So like you had to be very drilled. You had to know all your crossings. You had to know your mileposts. Were there any signals on the line? All the switches, all the crossings, because you had to be able to go out there and not be planted in the book while also trying to watch the train and look out the window. So you had to know, oh, I'm coming up on a crossing. I better be prepared for that. I mean, there are whistle boards, sure, but you need to be prepared ahead of time. Oh, we're going to go downhill. Here's a curve. Oh, we got a slow order coming up. Oh, we have a switch coming up. Make sure the kids didn't screw with the switch.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. I know my my engineer and I, we came around the curve Mount Pocono once, which is a 25-mile-an-hour zone downhill with a very long empty train. And we owned the railroad. We had the Form D one end to the other. We came around this corner and I saw a red target on a crossover that led it right into the side of loaded grain cars.
Oh no.
That's a scary moment. My engineer took a huge bite of air and we went over to switch and realized we were still going straight. And we went, huh?
You destroyed the
And
switch.
no,
No?
kids had bent the target.
Oh.
So the switch was fine. The target was incorrectly indicating the switch because it was been bent. So we came around the curve expecting to get thrown into the side of the standing cut of cars on the siding, but that luckily was not the case because that was my side of the engine. That would not have been good at 25 miles an hour. There would have been Alcos on their sides.
Yeah, that sounds rough.
Yeah, it would have been. Good thing, though. We never had kids actually manage to throw switches or anything. Cutaway cars, close angle cocks, they did that. That was always annoying. Go to pull a cut of cars, and then it would break 20 cars back. Fuck.
Damn kids.
We would get in the habit of, we'd make a hitch, and we'd just do a long stretch without even putting the air to it, because you just assume that there was a broken coupling somewhere. So you pull it apart, you see where the brake was, shove it back together to close the knuckle, and then stretch again until you had all the cars that you wanted in one slug. And
Right.
then I would systematically go through and check all the air connections to make sure I had all the air. Because I can tell you, you come down the hill and realize that you don't have air for some reason. That's fun. Not.
NASA, if you want to grab the Ela car, you can.
I'll grab that. I'm in number 4 on the way to Alarco to grab the empties. I got something
Okay.
to grab in Bryson anyway.
Yeah. NASA, keep moving.
So it's a lot of fun. There's so many railroad stories. You know, I mean, this isn't my stream, so I'm not gonna sit here and tell railroad stories.
I don't care. I enjoy
But,
them.
I mean, there's so much shenanigans. So many shenanigans. Nasu says you cut out. I don't remember you cutting out.
Yeah. Just keep going to where you're going, Nasu. Straight to the interchange. I'm trying to take 7. I'm assuming the passenger cars are up at Bryson, right?
Well, they're not up here, so.
Okay, then I'm gonna assume that they're in Bryson. So I'm taking 7 up to Bryson to put it back where it belongs. Passengers are in Hemingway. That's helpful.
That might be where
That's where Dark
Where
is.
where he died last time, though. I know the one time, you know, I'm not on roster anymore, and neither is my engineer, so I can tell stories like this kind of sort of. We were coming in real hot. Like we had left Toby Hanna with 45 minutes to go, maybe, and we had to get the train back for the next morning because the next crew needed the power. And We slid in. We requested our permission in before 8 o'clock. So 10 minutes before we died, we requested a permission in. So everything was on the books. We coasted in, and we parked it right in front of the tower. It was 7:59.
Nice.
And now I don't know how much you know about railroad rule books, but technically, once I hit 12 hours, I'm not even supposed to put on handbrakes.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not supposed to do anything. So, but the train was tied down. Everything was good. We went and signed off for our 12 hours plus for the day. So, there were fun days like that where you're kind of skirting the clock just barely, running on radio silence. We turn off the engine radio. I turn off my radio just so we couldn't accidentally use them. It was kind of fun. Like, to be honest, an FRA guy wouldn't care about a minute here or there, but you don't want it on paper.
No.
Hey, do you want to grab those passenger cars on the way back from Alarka?
If you want to. It's up to you.
I might as well.
Tony said they finally got the game. Well, I hope you enjoy it. The game is a lot of fun, especially friends.
Yeah, it's good times. I can't wait to see what the interchange looks like
yeah.
at 6 o'clock.
I'm surprised that we don't have as many people on either tonight. Usually we have a fair amount of derps on. Although Carl also didn't go off tonight, so that might be why.
Oh.
Lazy
Carl
turtle.
slacking.
Yeah, always. Yeah, I've had some fast-paced jobs, but it's more been like it's been retail for the most part. It's overnight stock.
Oh, I don't envy you there.
Yeah, please don't. So for a time I worked for Target. And the first store I worked for was in Brandywine, Delaware. And the Brandywine, Delaware store, if anybody at all is familiar or have been there, knows that it's a big store. And it is Target's second best store in the entire country. The first one being in Manhattan, New York. But anyway, this store in Brandywine, Delaware was huge, and one of the best, mainly for one reason. Well, two reasons. One, an insane large amount of volume moved through the store in terms of freight. The second was no sales tax. So you can imagine quite a lot of stuff was bought on a regular basis.
Yeah. I can understand that.
Even in the off season, the store would see about 2 trucks every night, other than like 1 truck on like a Saturday, and that was it. Where like 90% of all the other Target stores would see, mostly 1 truck every night, and then would have a night where there's no truck. Target's trucks usually ranged anywhere between like 1,800 to 2,700 pieces of freight inside the trailer. And most of the time you had to unload those trailers within an hour. And if you've been one of the very fortunate people like me, and I'm not smiling when I say this, you had to be the poor unfortunate soul to unload those trucks by hand in an hour. And it sucked because the distribution center will stack those trucks one way. Those trucks will drive obviously for miles and miles and miles to get to the store that they're supposed to get to, They arrive, and everything's a freaking mess. You open up that door, and a freight just falls off at you. So
I've
yeah,
never had that happen.
yeah, none of it's not well. Very few freight actually gets palletized. Mainly like bulk things get palletized at all within Target's freight system. But
See, the worst thing you had to worry about on the railroad was if the lumber guys left the steel banding on the center beams, there would be like a knife sitting out of the center beam. We had to take it off. We had to actually inspect the cars. They're supposed to do it, but if they leave it on, we have to take it off because we go by a crossing, we'll chop someone in half.
yeah,
That's no fun. I remember the one time as when let's go down the cluster category. I had to take a sand train to Carbondale. And for those of you who don't know what the Delaware Lackawanna Carbondale branch is, it is 10 miles of 10-mile-an-hour crap track
oh
shoving
jeez.
through all kinds of small towns. And I mean shoving because
No
up
runaround.
until, well, the runaround at the north end at Carbondale originally was only 10 cars originally. And not even that. It was pretty small. So when I started there, you had to shove from Scranton to Carbondale. Didn't matter if it was 90 degrees or 10 degrees out. You were shoving the sand cars out. If you had more than 10, which you normally did. You normally had about 40 to 50. And we finally got the runaround extended. I think it became a 40 car runarounds. It was pretty big because the sand business was still going pretty well. And I was told to get my train out of Scranton, pick it out of the siding up by the tunnel, and take it down to Carbondale, which for me was a normal day. Okay. So we get everything together. I get my engineer. I love him. I still talk to him. He's a great guy. We pull for Carbondale. And I had the newbie with me, who he's not in train service anymore. I'll leave it at that. And we
For
we
good
pulled
reason, probably.
very good reasons. We pulled for Carbondale, and my engineer looked over at me. He's like, "This train's pulling awfully hard for 40 cars." I'm like, "Yeah, it does seem kind of heavy, doesn't it?" Didn't think anything of it. Not at all. We got all.
Break on
I mean,
somewhere.
No, no, no. I was watching the train. There's no smoke, no dust. Everything was following along beautifully. Just seemed heavy. Okay. Get all the way up to uh Carbondale, and we want to shove in. So we want to pull all the way up past the runaround and shove in because we want to leave the main open because we're going to go up and pull empties. So I'm counting down my engineer, knowing I only have 40 cars. Well, I get to 40 and the train keeps going. And my engineer's like, "Why are you still counting?" I'm like, "Well, there's an extra 10 cars back here." And he's like, well, that would explain why the train's heavy. So the issue is I could fit them if I was allowed to use a certain one track connected to the runaround, which was out of service because it was trash. We were not allowed to take the sand cars on that track because you were 99% of the time likely to put them into the gauge. So I called my train master and I said, I screwed up. And he's like, "What'd you do?" And I said, "I brought an extra 10 cars up here." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I have 10 extra loads up here for the sand people." And he's like, "Okay." And I'm like, "I want permission to use the out of service track." He's like, "If you put it on the ground, it's on you. But do what you need to do to get around that train. They have room for the cars." I'm like, "Okay." So we managed to get the train in the runaround on the bad track. Didn't derail. We went up, grabbed the empties, and then pulled the loads up and shoved them out. didn't derail. And it was a happy ending. I didn't have to do too much extra work to get that to function correctly, but it was just a, oh shit, because if I wouldn't have been able to use that out of service track, I was screwed.
Yeah.
I was dead screwed.
So
So
who's on 7 right now? Just out of curiosity. Sorry.
That's me. Just moving.
All right,
into
you want
Bryson.
to hold into Bryson for a bit because I just grabbed your cars.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna run passenger service. I'm just taking the engine back to where it belongs because somebody else misplaced it.
mm,
You want just to leave the cars in Hemingway, or you want to take them to Bryson?
Nah, taking the Bryson if you already have them.
All right.
Yeah, well, back to Target's freight. I know I probably posted pictures of some of the trucks that I've had to unload while I was at Target, but Brandywine, we used to have 2 people that would throw the truck, and we had a huge crew at Brandywine, and we'd get those trucks done within an hour, and sometimes we'd be unloading 2 trucks at once, and each truck would be connected to a belt, a conveyor belt of sorts. So you just pick up the packages and put them on the belt, and they'd go down the line. Well, when they go down the line, they have to get sorted, which means there's a whole row of people on either side of this belt that all have their own pallets or U-frames, and they gotta take the boxes off and sort them into the departments where they need to go, or the aisles. And yeah, if that line got backed up even in the slightest, it made for some very, very unhappy night bosses, as well as some other people.
that makes sense. We had a job on the DL that was under a very strict time constraint. Not too dissimilar, but obviously railroad scale. The Laurel Line branch from spring to fall had the Electric City trolley on it. And that was Wednesday through Sunday. We had to go up on a Thursday and shift the Laurel Line branch because at the other end of the branch were 2 plastics customers. And you had to do it in the morning before the trolley came on, because there's a rule called temporal separation where they lock out that branch and it gets electrified, and you're not allowed to take the diesels and the plastic cars. So it's not the fact that it's electrified, it's that they have the trolley on there, which is not a normal
Piece
it's not
of
normal
equipment.
equipment. Right. So they don't want anything interfering with that back and forth passenger train and hear these big grueling echoes with plastic cars. So the crew would come on at 6 o'clock. You had till 9:30 to go down the branch, shift out your cars in the yard on the branch, and collect them from anywhere else that the other crew had stuffed them, which could be anywhere of 4 different places around Scranton where there's plastic cars.
And
Once
then
you
haul
collected
ass
them,
out of there.
then you had to shove them up the branch, go up, shift the 2 customers, and come back down with the empties and be off the branch in Scranton by 9:30. You had 3.5 hours to collect everything, go up, shift, and come back. And if you didn't, then you were dying up there and you were out the power. There were a couple times where we were on our way back with the hair or skin over our teeth, and it is allowed to delay temporal separation, because the trolley can leave the trolley shed whenever, but they can't delay it for very long. So if it's like, we need the power, we're coming down the hill now, Betsy, and she's like, well, I'll delay it. Get your butts up here, though. She'd get testy, but she would also hear us on the radio struggling usually, especially if it were wet rail or anything like that, and you're shifting 20 loads up at the top. it gets heavy because the customers were on a hill. So there were times where it's like, I barely have the power to do this job. They had me take 12 loads up, and then the loads that are up there plus the empties and shift everything out. It's a huge demand on those engines, and you can only take 4 axles up there. So sometimes we would come back with the skin on our teeth, maybe a little delayed, or we wouldn't come back at all because we ran out of time. There was nothing we could do about it. So then they would have those engines would come back down the next morning before temporal separation came in. But or you would go get them at night because the trolley would go back to the barn at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, I think, something like that. So then you could bring them back down if you had to go get them, because we were a
Right.
12-hour crew. So, we could go get them quick before we ran out of our time. But that sucked being the number 3 conductor, because a Thursday in November was damn cold at 6 o'clock in the morning, and you have to get these passenger cars out, or not passenger cars, these plastic cars out and ship them out. Although I do remember the one time, we screwed the trolley pretty good because we actually derailed in the 1 yard down there, pretty good, and that shot everybody's day. So that was fun. That was a bad switch. Caused me to be able to read the side of a plastic car going straight. So, you know what happens on your model railroad when the car takes 2 different tracks? Yeah, that can happen. That has happened. I've had that happen
I've seen
twice.
some good pictures of that.
My one engineer and I were down in Slateford, and we were pulling. We were headed home. We had our interchange. We were headed home. We got to the other end of the yard. We got about 3 or 4 cars past the end of the yard, headed west, railroad west, and emergency brake goes. Everything dumps. We didn't feel nothing. I look at him. He looks at me. All right. I hop down off the engine. I turn around. I look back at the train, and I yell up to my buddy. I say, "Hey, am I supposed to be able to read the side of a grain car?" He's like, "Oof." The butterfly underneath the switch stand broke. So the track threw midway underneath one of the cars. So one half of the train was going up our track, the other half of the train was going up the other yard track. And it got to a point where the car didn't like that anymore, and things went flying, trucks went underneath the other trucks, and it was a mess.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
That was my last day, actually. And I didn't do that on purpose either. That was my literal, actually that was my second to last day. After my last day, they're like, well, before you derail anything else, we're just exciting you to go put in mileposts and station signs for the day with Steve. I'm like, oh, okay, so I get to screw off today. That's great.
Always a good day when you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, they gave us a high rail truck. I mean, Steve was one of my other engineers. There was nothing to do that day. Well, since I had blocked the interchange anyway. So instead of putting my ass on a train, they shipped me out on a a high rail truck. But then it gets better. So I quit. And then I over the summer, I was like, yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I was 25. And I started going to college, but I mean, I was a full-time college student, but I needed an income. Well, the railroad still had not replaced me. They had not found anyone to take my spot. I was number 2 conductor. And so they offered me my old job back with abbreviated schedule to match my schooling, and gave me a pay raise.
Oh, that was
So then
nice.
I was back at the railroad until 2018. So then my last day comes in 2018 before I got hired for my desk job. And they were kind of hesitant. They put me on the train, and I didn't derail. The other 2 crews out that day of the 3 of us did. Both of them. Not even kidding. Both other
Badly?
crews had it. No, it wasn't bad, but it was bad enough that they couldn't go anywhere. They had a couple wheels on the ground. It was nothing catastrophic, but everything was screwed up because we were all supposed to go to the bar that night and have a few drinks since it was my last day this time around, and no one could go because everybody was out on the wrecks. I said, "You guys need help," and my boss is like, you know, as much as we'd appreciate the help, he's like, it's your last day. We're not gonna make you come out do wreck recovery. He's like, go home and take care. All right. So that was that. I didn't have to turn in my keys because they were my own. I had bought them, so I still have my keys. That is the thing. Everyone says, "Oh, you have to turn in your keys." Well, if you own them, you're not required to turn them in, but don't be dumb enough to do something stupid with them because they know you have them. I did have to turn in my company-owned radio, but the keys are mine.
You had keys to an engine?
No,
No?
switch
Oh.
keys. Switch keys.
Ah,
I
okay.
also still volunteered at Steamtown at the time, so they're the same keys that Steamtown uses because they're the same switches. So I kept my keys. I mean, so I still have them. So if I ever wanted to go back up to Steamtown or to the DL, I just put the keys back on my hip and go back at it. You know,
Nice.
switch keys are kind of nice. You know, they're neat. They're neat things to have. You know, people collect them. I guess you can consider that I collected mine, but mine are the ones that I used every day. You know, so they mean something more to me than something I go buy at a train show. They are my keys. They're for my tenure on the railroad, which lasted from 2010 to 2018. For those 8 years, those are my keys. So they sit in my drawer. I know where they are, as long as the girlfriend didn't move them. I haven't seen them in a while, but I know I have them still.
Hopefully the girlfriend didn't like throw them out or sell them.
No, she wouldn't do that. I'd kick her
She
butt.
wouldn't be a girlfriend at that point.
No. Well, I mean, I don't know that I'd ever be that upset at her, but I would be upset, but not that upset. It it was an interesting life. There are days that I miss it. Usually there's sunny and nice days. There's days that I don't miss it. Usually when it's raining or there's 10 feet of snow. It kind of it tracks like that. You know, the nice weather you miss it, the bad weather you really don't. I mean, it's really interesting. I remember jumping off a grain car at about 5 miles an hour or so, thinking that there was only about a couple inches of snow on the ground. Find out there was about 4 foot of snow there where I
Oh
jumped.
no.
And I stuck in the snow like an arrow. And I got on the radio. I'm like, well, you can keep going, but I'm not going to be able to keep up with you. He's like, what's wrong? I'm like, I'm literally waist deep in snow and I can't move right now. He's like, oh, can you get out? I'm like, yeah, I can get out. Just keep moving. I'll count you down. So, we learned to, especially on Mount Pocono, and you'd have a 30-40 car grain cut. Instead of walking in the snowbank, which was right next to the cars all the time, we learned to walk the roofs, which on the grain cars you could because they have the platform still because of the hatches up top. So they're
Right.
one of the few exempted freight cars in current use that have roof walks. So covered hoppers all have them still. So you climb up and just take your time. Don't rush because it could be icy, but you take your time and you walk the train that way, and it saves you like a half hour and a hell of a lot of energy. And when you want to do handbrakes, you put the handbrake on, you climb back up, go to the next car, climb back down, put the handbrake on. I mean, that takes a bit out of you, but it's a hell of a lot easier than walking through 3 foot of snow for 40 car lengths. You know, the officer would wonder what's taking you so long to do a brake test. Well, I can't walk the roof and do a brake test. So when I am doing a brake test in 3 foot of snow, it takes a long time.
Wow,
Yep.
finally they fucking actually update.
What update?
The car, for the longest time, like 2 of the cars I couldn't get the customized, the passenger cars. I just turned them all white.
You know, you still have a white hopper car up at Interchange. That like horrible like I don't. It's usually on like covered hoppers, or you have it on a coal hopper.
I don't think
That's
I
like
turned it white. Or is it?
I think it came white because I know one of mine came white and I painted it right away on the WLV. But you know, that's like painting an Alco white. Like, what the heck's wrong with you? It's just gonna be black, but on its own accord anyhow. So
Not
what?
wrong.
What? Not wrong. I mean, I'm sure you guys have all seen pictures of the Lehigh Valley snowbirds, or pictures of DL405 on some of the colder days.
Was it one of our
40
refueling hoppers?
Yeah, it's one of our refueling hoppers that you guys had set out to
This
Interchange.
one. Hold on. Oh yeah, base color.
I painted mine Cornell red. I know, shocker. They're service cars, so they get Cornell red. One of the Lehigh Valley Sand service cars is still existent. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. It's in David Monteverdi's private collection.
Huh.
It's a really neat car. It's still an original Lehigh Valley paint. It's basically you take a 50-ton hopper, you put a covered hopper roof on it, and you paint sand service on the side. And then they'd send it out, get it filled with sand. They would come back and they would set it up with the sand towers at Sayre or Allentown, any other shops. And that's how they would keep their facilities full of sand. They had a line of those hoppers. I imagine that's the only one left. But it's in really nice shape. I got to play with it a couple times. I also got to play with the Lackawanna cement hopper he has, the Phoebe Snow box car he has. I actually have photos of me with that equipment somewhere. Probably my favorite engines on that railroad. Well,
Oh my god, there's 2 cars here at Wilmot that also need to go, but fuck them.
yeah. Well, we can pick those empties up later.
Yeah, I don't even think we'll have room for them, to be honest.
Not unless I mean, even if you shove up the whole interchange, I don't know that. Yeah, you might be right. Well, what's coming up now from Bryson?
More interchange cars.
Yep.
I'm looking for a number.
Yes. 15 cars, 3 of which I think are pulpwoods.
So 12.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to run around them and shove them up the center track and hope it all fits.
I want to pull out some of these cars, but I think they're going to be ready to go soon anyway. 2.5 lime. Alright, where is he at? Wilmot. I'm gonna take 5 and get it serviced. Yeah, I can't wait to see what chaos the interchange is going to look like.
I can't wait. I hope you guys are ready because I don't screw around.
He does not.
The most efficient way to handle that is going to be blocking the cars for district, so Sylvia, Whittier, and Bryson, and then letting the local jobs there organize them more. That'll be the most efficient way.
Yeah. Well, NASA's apparently planning to...
He's like, I'm bailing.
Yeah. So that might leave, like... Yeah, one of us here for Sylvia Wilmot, the other for Whittier Connolly, and then Bryson Malarka.
Why don't you run Freight Nasu? Are you afraid of it? And I don't mean that in a mean way. Like, just why? I mean, Freight's like a hell of a lot more fun than Passenger. Well, that's true. Passenger's boring, in my opinion. So I can understand why. That's fair.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, you're
I
missing
mean,
out
but
on quite a bit of excitement.
well, I mean, but if he's happy to do it, that's one thing. Like I know we had the, what was it? Dishund or whatever his name is.
Daichos. I call
Yeah.
him Daichos, but I don't know if that's it or not.
Yeah. I mean, I might be pronouncing it wrong. I know that he's done it. I mean, some guys like to do that, if it needs to be done, it needs to be done. He's not wrong. If we don't do it, it does hurt us. So.
I was looking at the report. We made like 10K in the last
24 hours?
Yeah, last 24 hours from passengers alone.
Yeah, that's a chunk. That justifies the existence of someone on the passenger crew. Of course, now that we've changed the interchange rules, now it's the interchange crew needs to be a little bit more experienced, and then your local crews need to gain a lot of experience. Otherwise, it'll take hours to sort through things.
Well, Framerate was saying earlier in chat that it took him like 3 hours to sort through the Andrews freight that he had this morning.
Yeesh. Well, I mean, you get quicker as you learn. I can tell you that. I mean, I did it for years. I know that when I started out, I was not a very good conductor. I couldn't think on the fly quick enough, and things took forever. I was slow. But you get up to speed eventually, and then I was number 2 conductor. Technically, I was number 1 because the number 1 conductor they promoted to engineer, so I was kind of running his schedule. And by the time I quit, I was one of the fastest there. The only people faster than me were actually my 2 engineers, believe it or not. They were actually really good conductors when they had to be. It was fun. They'd send us out sometimes with my two engineers, the 2 different ones that I usually worked with, and myself. So there was 3 of us, and they would switch back and forth between who was running and who was conducting because they both wanted a time out of the seat. So it was always fun to have one of them on the ground, especially Steve. Oh, Steve was a cool guy, rough guy. Like if you were not on his good side, it wasn't fun. But like when he did moves, like it was just flawless. Like cars would move, the engines would move, everything. All you had to do was just listen to what he barked at that moment. You went and you did it, and it was just magic. And then you would have a couple of these rookies that I don't know how well it explains how good I was, but the rookies I trained, they weren't the greatest. I don't know. That doesn't speak too well for me, I guess, but they were hired off the street. They probably shouldn't have been. These are guys who'd never worked trains before, ever. And I was told to bring them up to speed, and then so they could go out on their own. So I didn't have a hell of a lot of time with them, but yeah, to take people who have absolutely no knowledge and then to turn them into people who can kind of do the job, it's scary the first couple weeks because they damn near kill themselves many times a day. So
Lots of yelling too, I bet.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Sounds like your favorite part.
Yes. Well, when I have to when I have to correct a car count because it's about twice as much as it needs to be on a 1.6% grade with loads, and then here my engineer like grab all of the air to stop him from blasting through the cut of cars on the main, and then have this idiot make up the hoses while the cars that he rammed in emergency got shoved three car lengths. There was a lot of yelling that day.
Oh dear.
There were 30 cars on the main that were dumped in emergency with handbrakes on the first several, because I left them there. He was supposed to go out and couple to the main and prepare it to shove back as we were doing some switching. Well, he wasn't supposed to do them all at once. He rammed my engineer into this cut of cars because of a bad car count so bad that he shoved 30 dumped cars back easily 180 feet.
Ouch.
And he made up the air on the move, which is a big no-no. And I told him if I ever saw him do that again, I will personally march him into the train master's office and make sure he doesn't come back.
Happy days.
And then happy days.
I mean, if your
How
water's
much
low
water
enough,
do you-
Nasu, yeah.
How
if you're-
much does he have left?
I don't know.
That's a good
I need
question.
to go find him. He's in the tunnel right now.
2.3 get get
What?
water.
Yeah, get water.
You wouldn't even actually be able to physically pick up 2.3 gallons on the suction tube. You should be lucky you even made it here.
He
Holy
has
crap.
another mile and a half to get here before he even reaches the first usable water tower.
Oh, what?
Can he? How much of a climb does he have here?
He should be leveling out in the tunnel.
Probably gonna have to go rescue him.
I've got 5 already warmed up and going.
Technically, this is where you go boom. Well, no, it doesn't. It's not where you go boom. It's just you don't have anything left in the tender. He should have enough in the boiler to make it to Dillsboro. I don't know how the game treats that, though.
I don't either. So,
So
best of luck
so
to
if
you,
he-
Nasu.
So if he blows up 9, the rest of the crew's gonna castrate you. You know that, right?
Yeah, 9 is our newest engine. I'm actually torn between getting the S51 or full sending into the EMD S1 or SW1.
Where's my decapod?
You want it right now?
No, I don't. Well, we don't need it right now, but I do want a decapod. I mean, it's your railroad. You can tell me to shove off out for all I care, but we only have 22 grand. An SW1. So an SW1 is 100 tons, thereabouts, 110 tons maybe. Whereas these other wheeled things that we have here. So for instance, the C46 has out there right now is approximately 142 tons on its own, not including the tender, and has
C48 is... Oh.
C55. I said, did I say 48 or C46? C46.
46.
Oh yeah.
C46.
Has a little bit less tractive effort, which doesn't make any sense to me because SW1's only 600 horse. These tractive efforts are not right because there's no way Berkshire's only 65,000 pounds.
So the SW1 I want to use for Walker.
Oh, isn't that like real tight shit up there?
Yeah, it's the switchback.
Okay.
And if diesel fuel is as efficient as people are saying it is, then it would be the best choice for it.
Yeah, I mean, SW1's a good engine. I'm not going to say that the stats here are portrayed very well. The weight's about right. Tractive effort, I guess. 600 gallon of fuel. That's about right.
Nah, so
But then I
you're
look-
lined for Dillsboro station.
But then I look at the Berkshire and I see that it has the same tractive effort as a GP9, and I kind of chuckle.
Well, yeah, it should not even be that close.
It should be. A Berkshire should be somewhere around 500,000, I think. Berkshire is a beast of an engine. But they probably did it that way because why would you buy anything else if the Berkshire was God? Well, because you can buy 4 or 5 GP9s and mute them together and do the same thing. That's the whole evolution of it. But in the
Right.
video game world, that doesn't pan out because, you know, the maintenance cost in this game is 15 a day per shop employee. It doesn't include the cost of parts and and other things. So
It would be really interesting to see this game actually go after a more realistic shop maintenance simulation.
right where it costs you money if you
Yeah.
bend an engine instead of just 15 per day to fix it.
Like,
because
I mean, I'm already happy with how it's set up, but you're right. It definitely could be better.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real incentive to go to diesel power because the steam engines do just fine and everybody loves the steam engine. So to go to diesel power, you have to want to go to diesel power. Except for slightly more efficient fuel consumption, but the coal here is $150, $175 for how many ton? So
Like 70 ton.
right. So, with the amount of traffic you do per day, by the time you're ready to look at diesels, do you even feel a difference in fuel consumption? No, not really. You would feel a difference in maintenance if that was a thing, because steam locomotive is going to eat through parts and wear items a hell of a lot quicker than a diesel it would. And that's why steam died, because steam was so much more of a pain.
Right.
But you also don't pay for the crew on the train, where a steam locomotive requires a minimum 2 people just in the cab, and then you have generally another person plus or minus 2, so 1 to 3 people on the rest of the crew. Whereas in a diesel, you stick someone in the cab and then everybody else can be on the ground. But the way the unions work, there was always a second guy in the cab because of safety reasons. And actually, even without the unions, we still fight that today because the railroads want to go to a single person in the cab, and it's like, no way, that's a huge safety problem. Because if he falls asleep or the dead man fails, any hundreds of thousands of different possible scenarios where that could be a really bad thing to not have the second guy in the cab. So, but the railroads just want to save that salary. Got down to 1.8 gallons. Oh, he must have had the reverser almost centered.
1.8 thousand gallons.
Oh,
That's another thing. Yeah.
jeez. Okay. We're sitting here thinking he's running a literal water
Like,
vapor.
Yeah, 2 gallons left in the tank.
You went over there because you were probably going to screenshot it, and there's 1,800 gallons.
No, I saw it when he walked. I hovered my mouse over his tender when he went by.
Yeah.
Saw 1,800 gallons. Like, you're fine.
Yeah, wait till you get down to 500, then come talk to us. Where we have to leave the train on the hill and run up to Dillsboro, light
just to
and
get
power,
water.
just to get water, so we can go back down and slug it back up to Interchange. That's a
Dark, were you there for that stream?
Yeah, I was
because
the
you were in
helper on that
5.
fucking train.
Yeah, they were the ones that were holding the train for us on the hill.
Hold the door.
Good times.
So what's our attack plan here? Because we're about an hour till Interchange.
Well,
I mean, if someone wants to come back and get these other cars from Ela.
no, that's a whole hour trip to go back down
Yeah.
to Bryson and come back. But I'm hoping that Nasu gets these cars and shoves them up into Interchange, and then we can sleep. That would be my vote. All he has to go up to Silver, run around them, shove them up to the middle track, air up to the middle track, and then just shove till everything's clear, and then we should be good.
All right.
Well, because you didn't specify thousands of gallons, you specified 1.8 gallons, and to
I
us,
mean,
we read it as you had 2.3 gallons left, and we're like, what? And then you're like, oh, I'm down to 1.8. You came all those miles and only lost a half a gallon, and we're like, what? And turns out
a
you have
magical train
1,800
if
gallons.
that's the case.
Right. So we didn't quite understand what you were trying to say by 1.8 gallons. It's 1.8 thousand. If you're gonna abbreviate it like that, you do 1.8 K, and that K signifies 1,000 gallons. So then we understand that, oh, okay, he has 2,300 gallons left. Exactly. So you would do like 1.8 K, right? So that's the same thing.
Hey Nasu, I'm gonna come and make your life easier. And I'm just gonna attach 5 to the end of your consist, and then when you get up to the paperboard, you can just detach the pulpwood cars, and I'll just continue shoving the rest of the consist up.
Is 5 gonna be enough to shove that in?
It's a pretty strong switcher. We'll find out.
Okay.
If not, Nasu can rescue me. But 5's got to be up there anyway.
Oh, I remember that. Don Colangelo was the head mechanic at the DL. He just posted a picture up from ages ago of one of the 251 prime movers out of one of the centuries that had a bad crank that he was sending out for rebuild. It was probably 261's prime mover. Is it 61? Yeah, it was 61. So, at the quick story, 2461 came into the shop, and they went to do oil filter change. They opened up the oil filter housing and found brass. Okay, so that means there's bad brasses. So they pop all the inspection covers and drop the brasses and find that the crank has literally sheared itself in half.
Oh no.
But in such a puzzle piece manner that the engine just drove itself into the shop, and no one knew that the crank was cracked or broken in half because it was still meshed together. So the only reason they found out is because there were brass shavings. Otherwise, the engine would have stayed running on the main. Who knows for how long before someone figured out the crank was broken in half. Those engines are tough. The RS-36, for example, Donnie had told me a story. It came into the shop the one day, and they forget why they pulled the timing cover. I guess they found a reason to pull the timing cover and realized that one of the timing gears was missing a couple teeth, but the engine had never skipped time.
Huh.
So,
Jeez.
and who knows how long it was running like that. 211, which is now DL 2004, something like that, 2000 maybe. Don't remember. They renumbered it because it got repainted. 211 was one of my favorite engines. It had a lot of balls for only a 2,000 horsepower road switcher. It had a lot of power. I had it out in the main with it and the 2461, and I had a cut of 20 grain cars I was switching. And 2461 decided to shit the bed on the mountain, and we weren't getting it back. And so we were doing switching all alone with just 211, and she did it. She wasn't happy about it, but she did it. That's a good engine. That's an ex Southern Pacific RS32, not 36, RS32. Fun stuff. many a times I had to do all kinds of goofy stuff because power decided to quit on the mountain.
RS units are pretty solid, aren't they?
So, yes and no. We'll start off with an RS1. You can't kill a 539. 539 prime mover. RS1s are damn near bulletproof, as are the S series switchers. RS2 introduced the 244 prime mover, as well as the PA and the FAs, which Alco rushed out the door to compete with the 567, which had also just come out right after the war. The issue is EMD had been producing the 567 since right before the war, and Alco had not yet been able to do much with the 244. So there was the 241s, which were the prototypes. I think they were right before the war. But Alco was not given permission by the War Production Board, if I remember correctly, to actually move forward with that prototyping because they needed the resources and stuff that was already proven and running, like MRS-1s, 539 blocks, and steam locomotives, and tanks, which Baldwin got into that market too. After the war, all that was lifted, and Alco went ahead, continued developing the 244 block. But they rushed it out the door because the 567 had already been on the scene since like 1939. And when they did that, the 244 block had a lot of teething problems with the market. The RS2 on its own was actually, as long as the engine was running good, weren't very many issues with an RS unit. An RS3 was an improvement over the 2, and the prime mover was a bit better. But the 244 really wasn't perfected until right before the 251 obsoleted it. It was quite literally right before. And then Alco abandoned the block. I think the last iteration was a V16 that Alco put into the RSD7s, which I'm pretty sure is a 244G. But that didn't end there. So Lehigh Valley in 1960, I think it was 59 or 1960, wrecked 2 of their FAs. And I mean wrecked. But they weren't retired. They were sent back to Alco for rebuild. They came back with 250 engines. Not 251s, not 244s, 250s. Which were basically the hybrid between 244 and 251. Basically a 244 with every upgrade imaginable. And then they were retired in 5 years anyhow. But they came with what would have been the top of the line 244 block. Lehigh Valley, C&J, the Reading, the Lackawanna, they all use their RS units all the way up in the Conrail, and that's why you have a gazillion Do-It Jeeps that Conrail pumped out in the 70s and 80s because they had an infinite stock of RS units to make them out of. Things like the S switchers, most of the other railroads kept them. Lehigh Valley decided to sell theirs off in the 60s. They got rid of everything 539 powered in 64, 65 time frame. Some of them they scrapped because they were just dead. Most of them they sold. And some of them are still around. So I think there's 2 or 3 Lehigh Valley S2s and S2 or S4s or both up on the Buffalo Southern up there. On that short line, I actually went and saw the one. They're not in the one that's in the deadline is not in good shape at all. It's in pretty bad shape, but I think the other one is in serviceable condition. The RS3s at the DL are a unique breed. They have dynamic brakes, which is not common for an RS3, at least not anymore. I remember I had to do an air brake change out on the one.
Nasu, what are you doing? You forgot your pulpwoods.
Oh, rip. I remember I had to do the change out And because it has dynamic brakes, there's a very specific brake portion that goes underneath the cab. The supplier shipped us the wrong one.
Of course
Don't
they did.
fit. Of course they did. So I called them, and they said, you know, you guys are one of like 3 people in the entire North American continent that use that valve. And I'm like, well, I still need it. And they're like, well, yeah, it's here. We just shipped the wrong one, but like, we had to keep servicing these because we only have a very small amount because no one needs these anymore. It's like, well, I need a number 6 distributing valve for dynamic brakes. And they're like, yeah, it's on its way. And 6 brake's very unique. It's not the 6 brake that you guys have in the cab in these engines. What you have in the engines here is, I wouldn't even call it 6. It doesn't even act like 6 because the automatic goes from 0 to 100, which is not how that works.
Bluetooth.
Yeah. So because there's no actual positions on the automatic on this. It just goes 0 to 100. But it mimics in appearance as 6ET, which is 6 engine tender, which is also dieselized as what's called 14 brake, which is almost the same thing. Uses almost all the same valves. Engines that use 6 instead of 14 brake have a 0 to 100 independent instead of the position, apply, release, bail independent. And that is 6BL, and a couple other 6 brake variants. And then you get into 24 and 26 brake, and 24 is a pain in the rear end. 26 is easy. I had an old hat explain it to me this way. 24 brake is 6 brake with too many bells and whistles that don't do anything useful and are just a pain.
That's a good way of putting it for something.
I've only had to interact with 2 or 3 things that had 24 brake. Because either people kept 6 brake or they put 26 in it. 24 brake is not, like, no one desires 24 brake. It's a, no. 26 brake. If you're gonna change it, it goes to 26. Well, C&J 1554 got 26 brake. But it also got a special valve that allows it to MU to the 6 brake on the RS3s. Because the 6 brake on the RS3s is single pipe 6 brake, which is different than normal. It is an older setup where it doesn't have all the extra lines for MUing that 26 does, and the newer versions of 6 do. So it makes MUing fun. It all generally works the same. It's just you have to remember to put the correct hoses together, otherwise things don't work properly. And cut them out properly.
I'm hoping I can push this up.
Give her all she's got, Captain.
I'm giving it. Oh, that was okay. My person was not in the cab of the engine.
Yeah, you don't need to be there.
Did NASA survive to get water? Yes. NASA was just being wimp, though. Okay, I need to be braking a little bit harder here. Nasu, can you get that airline?
Oh, did you guys see CSX unveiled their New York Central Heritage Unit?
No, I really don't want to because I know it's probably gonna look like trash.
It's not bad. I mean,
They have yet to impress me with any of their heritage units.
look, here's my opinion. They don't have to do jack squat for rail fans. The fact that they're doing it at all, I'm not going to complain. The paint schemes aren't horrible. I know that they're not the NS where the entire engine is done up with just NS on the side, and that they give the CSX cab with the back end being the heritage. You know, it don't look. Oh wow,
Oh,
it don't
come
look
on,
bad.
wait. All of one? Hold on.
I, it's not my money. It's their money. It's their
Ah,
locomotives. They paint them out however the hell they want, in my opinion. We're just rail fans. We don't really have a say. It's not our business. Either like it or don't. They don't care. You don't like them? Well, the next time they go back for paint, they'll be back to blue and yellow, and that'll be the end of it. I'm actually surprised that NS has actually been repainting their heritage units back to heritage scheme. I honestly expected everything to get black this time around. Of course, I also remember when the heritage units came out, and I thought that was the neatest thing since sliced bread 11 years ago.
Norfolk Southern did some really, really cool heritage units, though.
Yeah, they were really nice, and I got to see quite a few of them.
I think I've
course.
only seen one of them, actually.
I've seen the Valley, the C&J, the Reading, the Lackawanna.
I've seen a Wabash.
I've also interchanged with one of the Reading GP30, GP40-2s. I've actually interchanged. They actually it was Reading. Don't remember the Reading number. It was the same. It was the same engine that had actually derailed on the Kutztown branch, and it was delivering me Lehigh, New England 611 to the Kutztown interchange, which was kind of neat. Reading engine delivered me Lehigh, New England engine on the Reading interchange. It's like, that's kind of neat. Neat stuff like that. There's a video on YouTube of my Alco power, me and my engineer, on Norfolk Southern on the Portland secondary, attached to their power, because they couldn't get our interchange train out of their yard. It was too heavy. So our train masters cooperated, and they came down, coupled to us. They got a track authority. All of our power went down to get the train and pull it back up. So there was DL and NS power on the Portland secondary to pull our interchange train in, which was a last minute thing. So it was entirely unannounced to the world. And there was one rail fan out that was rail fanning the Portland secondary for NS. And then we came through with NS, and it's on YouTube somewhere. That was kind of neat. It's the only time that's happened. And me and my engineer kind of get to hold that card in our hat. And we're the only DL crew to go down the Portland secondary like that.
So there is about 70 to 75 cars in this interchange.
Nice. Send them.
I took a screenshot. This is the absolute max fullest you can have this interchange.
I need to see the screenshot. Actually, no. I
Oh,
can
come
see
look
this in
at it
game.
right now.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm coupling up. I'm assembling the last of the empties here at Bryson.
The sun's starting to come back up in the game because the crew's been on a 24-hour watch. Holy crow.
But I counted the longest row is 24 cars, so I mean you ballpark anywhere between 60 to 70.
I mean, so if I open this and I go to the track, go here. Wow. That's nice. Now that's interchange, baby. Just you wait. It's gonna get much more fun in 45 in-game minutes. I'm ready for you to sleep whenever you are.
Hold up, let me take a look at. Let me take a
Yeah,
look
I
at.
want Dark the
Oh.
series.
Nasu's like, have fun with that. Oh, I will. I live for shit like this.
Oh, here I can also
if,
get.
if,
Um,
if only you guys were there when whenever what was it? What was it? We ran that 42 car train from what was it? In the RO map from Weatherly to
Weatherly.
to Waterfall.
Yeah, to Falls. Yeah.
The Falls, and we
42
started
cars?
kicking cars.
Ugh.
Yeah, 42 cars.
Yeah.
Talk to me when you
With-
move 100+ cars at once in RO.
We were doing this with the Cook Mogul uphill.
That's when weight still counted.
I was gonna say, was that before like the giant nerf?
That was when weight still counted, dude.
Yeah, that was. We actually stopped playing the dev map.
Wow.
Probably right after the spline update.
Should I? Hold on, just to sidetrack. Should I torture us more and start the Alarka branch milestone?
Do it.
It's gonna be 18 cars to deliver to a Alarka Junction site.
We're probably
No
gonna get a
balls.
third interchange service. It's probably gonna be 3 interchange services.
All right. Well, you know what? And then in that case, just so Nasu stops bitching at me for it.
What'd you do?
Woody.
Signals.
Signals.
Why?
Why not?
Why can't people keep track of where everyone else is?
No, apparently
You don't
not.
have You don't have
GTC.
qualify. Not. You think they're gonna listen to the signals?
All right.
have to
show
obey
me,
the
show me
signal
my,
for it to
show me
matter.
my rainbow.
Wow, that's underwhelming.
38 cars.
At capacity? They reduced the capacity by 4 cars?
Oh, you know what? It shoved them on the middle track instead. So capacity's probably still set to that. That's probably a bug because some of these cars aren't even attached to the other strings.
A lot of. This is not as chaotic as I thought it would be.
Yeah, so there's. It's not that bad.
The bridge
This is
sites are like all together though, almost, except for like one freaking car.
This doesn't scare me. This is like child's play compared to what I'm used to.
Well, let's see. 4 cars in the back go to Fontaine. The rest go to Alarka.
So
The Dillsboro and Whittier Coal Towers cars, I'm just gonna grab them first.
oh, that's what those two are. Those two are okay. That makes sense.
I'm getting like a weird shaking in my screen for some reason. No idea why.
8. Okay, so 2, 3, and 7 are over here still. Okay. Me just sitting here like,
Oh,
okay,
angle
I'm gonna
cock
do another-
open? That's nice.
That's because it didn't spawn against the rest of the train. That's why.
Alright, do you want to come in here with like 9 and grab like the Bryson Alarka crap?
Yeah, I suppose I could do that. just kind of getting a picture in my head. Oh, I see what they did. This is pathetic. If this is what hostile is.
Well, I have a feeling we're gonna get a lot more cars. I think the only reason it's passive right now is because there's so much of the bridge site and milestone stuff in here.
Pathetic. You do not scare me. All right, where is? Oh, there's 9.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to make a meme of I'm gonna have to make a meme of of Krieg just saying pathetic.
You call this railroading? Pathetic.
Pathetic. I just have to find your old avatar there, Krieg, because I have.
Oh, yes. Yes, the yeah. I do miss that avatar to a degree. I do well, actually, you don't have to look far for it. It is elsewhere. Oh, I don't
Okay,
know if you're on those
so-
servers though.
Looking at this,
Probably not.
the only like annoying thing in this entire interchange is there's 3 locust pin cars and they're like 6 cars in between each other.
So, wuss.
It's just like it's not even. I'm not saying that's really an issue. I'm just saying it's just annoying that they didn't even really try.
I know NS dropped off like 40 cars for us once, and somehow it was almost like every other car was for one customer, and I had to shift them out individually to get them into a block, and then shift the other cars individually out to another track to block them because there was a third customer in the middle. They literally, it was like they took our train and just shot it with a shotgun down the hump. and then did that about 4 more times because they were bored, like shuffling a deck of cards.
Probably did.
All right, here I am. All right. Oh. Yes. Okay.
All right. Well, we have the much needed Whittier coal tower and Dillsboro coal tower. It's our coal for the week. All right, I'm letting that coast actually.
All right, who's here with me? I saw someone running around.
I think Nassau.
Oh. Because I'm gonna spin my chooch around. Oops. I get to play with the big boy toy. Because they won't buy me the bigger boy toy.
I'm just gonna leave that alone.
I was gonna say, I was gonna ask, can I borrow one of the bigger engines to take those cars up to Brooks?
You might have to use 9 to do that.
Because otherwise I'm going to be stuck triple heading again, and I'm going to have to try to figure out how to MU steam engines. I'm not sure they'll let me do that.
Yeah, that won't work that way.
Yeah, MUing actually should be easy.
Steam engines don't MU. You just cut the
Yeah, I
air
know.
stand out. I know you know that, but like all you do is you cut the air out.
Fair.
I do not like how easy it is to change direction on the turntable.
Should it be harder?
It shouldn't be instant response. Like if you take the control from 50 direction and then over center it to the other direction, the table stops real quick and immediately is on the other direction. Where it's an electric motor moving several hundred tons in a circle, it should have some momentum.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue against you.
It's just I've used the Steamtown turntable, which is quite literally the exact same setup, and the table does not move a gazillion miles an hour. So when you make this thing at 100%, it fucking flies. But in real life, it should be slower and a lot. it should feel a lot heavier than it does. It should have a lot of momentum. You should have to plan ahead for the stop. Now, you do bring it back, and it does come to a slow stop, but you shouldn't be able to stop and it almost like coast right into the track unless you're really good and plan far enough ahead. But the way this thing works, it's like if you overcenter the control, it immediately goes and it's back in the other direction. You have to skip back and forth till it works. Uh-oh.
See, what I wish a game would finally do would be a transfer table.
Oh.
That's an idea.
I would love a game to get a transfer. I actually had a transfer table planned for Railroads Online.
Oh.
Which
Really?
would have been, yeah. There was a narrow gauge transfer table out there somewhere. I forget where.
Oh, what was it? I think I know which one you're talking about because I think I've seen a picture of it with the.
It was a real
Was it Mount
shallow
Ayers number
table
9?
too.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull up the pic for you. I'll drop it in. Where do you want me to drop it?
Oh, I don't care. IRL chew if you want.
IRL chew. I think I know which picture. I might know which picture you're talking. Let's see. Pictures, trains. Somewhere in this friggin' mess.
I think a game like this too would benefit awesome from having a transfer table.
You need a very specific use case for a transfer table. A transfer table is something like
Or for
the
a repair
Lackawanna.
shop.
Well,
There you
right. Well, it's something like the Lackawanna, and I think Sayre had one. They had them actually, Lehigh, New England had one too.
Image dropped. Is that it? What you're thinking?
Hold on. Give me a second. No.
No,
Oh,
that wasn't the image. Okay.
No. It was shallow like that, but there was a different one, I think.
Okay.
I'll have to see if I can pull that. I know I have the image somewhere. I don't remember where, though.
Number 9 headed east out of Dillsboro service towards. Oh,
Hold on.
high five. What are
Yeah.
you doing?
Hi. Coming back to Dillsboro service.
All right. Well, I'll take the hole here at Dillsboro then.
Okay. I'm only moving at 30. I just grabbed the 2 refueling towers quick because I know the one is really needed for Whittier.
Oh, you know what? I'll actually duck here in the hole at service because I'll grab the Dillsboro car off you so I can shove it in.
Is that going to work?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't it work?
Oh, right, never mind.
Is there a coupler on the car?
Yeah.
Then it will work.
Oh, Nasio, you want me to pull your train back a bit so you can just back onto it? Because it is kind of following the switch for you to cross over.
I was wondering why you left it the way you did.
Just trying to get it to clear the crossing. And not follow the home track, because I knew that car was going to come out pretty soon. All right. Sorry about that.
You just want me to drop it right in this little spot here.
Yeah, just drop it clear to switch.
Trying to stop. Jesus. I literally
Hey,
have
Nancy,
I have my brakes on full and it's not.
Hey, Nasty, I was going to say you're facing the right way already.
My God.
You're not
You're-
good with the air brake, are you?
I
Did you
literally no, I
brake or
have it
engine?
on full.
Train
Both.
brake or engine brake?
Both.
Both.
Oh shit, Nasty, I was going to take that. I was going to take
Well,
that track.
I mean,
I was going to park in that track. Sorry, I thought you wanted to service the engine. Oh, that's what you're doing. Never mind. Clever boy.
My ear's open. I can't stop it. Hold on. There we go.
I forgot. I actually completely forgot about that. You're lined.
All right, I'm just gonna take this to the far lane.
So, who damaged this engine already?
Was not me.
97% condition.
Probably took a corner a little too quick.
Honestly, that engine in 97% condition is like perfect for our railroad right now.
Oh, speaking of which, apparently there is a safety penalty for overspeeding.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
go too
mo-
fast, it will penalize you.
Yeah. So everywhere on this railroad is pretty much top speed 35, except for between Governor Island and Ela, I believe, and Whittier and Barkers. You can do 45 in those two sections without penalty.
So is the penalty damage or penalty is just like safety?
To your safety record.
Oh, well that explains why our safety is not going up very much very quickly. So wait, there's like the entire map is basically a 35-mile-per-hour zone.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, you didn't know that, man. They said that right in the tutorial.
I thought it was a suggestion.
No, that's the technically the entire thing is like 35 mile an hour zone. Except where otherwise marked. So when you goofballs have been doing north of 35, that's why your safety record sucks. Of course, I can't say much because I know I did up to 37 at one point, but that's because you guys told me it was 45, and I just thought I didn't know what the hell I was talking about.
Explains a little bit. Alright, well I guess I'm sticking with 5 for now. Actually, I really want to get those 3 oddball bulkheads that are sitting deciding the paperboard where they belong. Alright, so we're down to like $13,000, but we're not really hurting.
No, and once we start moving this freight that we're gonna bring in from Interchange, that you won't even see 14,000 anymore.
Oh, actually, we will, because 90% of what's in the Interchange is like site construction or refueling.
Well, until the 10 o'clock change comes in,
Right.
which you know it will.
Be nice.
Wow, my MSTS habit kicked in. I just hit spacebar to use the whistle.
Oh. There should be a way to is there a way to rebind keys in this game?
Nope. Sure, that won't be a far off feature.
This 280 feels really top heavy.
Yeah, leaning with the lean on that engine is really, really scary.
Yeah, it should not lean that bad on track that's supposed to be good for 35. Now, if the track was super elevated, okay, or if the track was really bad and I was moving like that, it would be understandable, but
Yeah, this track does not look bad at all. It is not poo-poo track.
now I can tell you though, from looking into things like that for certain individuals, actually simulating actual sway, if you're 100 feet away, it can look really nice. If you're standing right next to the car when everything's supposed to be moving, it's really,
Really scary.
well, simulating the action of all the parts that have to move in order for a car to sway back and forth is CPU intensive. So no one does it. All they do is they just make the car sway on the bolster. In real life, oh yeah, it's scary. In real life, it's very scary.
Why are you so slow?
I don't know. Because I had it too far centered. I was trying to save too much water.
Oh, well, there actually is a way to do
Oh.
key binds.
Yeah. I didn't think there was.
I remember we were on a ballast train, and they're captured service cars. The quarry had actually way overloaded the cars. Like, they're 70-ton cars. There was probably easily 100 tons of stone in them
Nice.
each. We brought them through some of the worst track in the railroad, and they were actually rocking enough that the stone was spilling over the sides. And it's like, we're just reballasting the railroad right here. It needs it anyway. Trainmaster didn't find that too funny. It's like,
Oh, I bet not. NKP. What is that railroad?
Nickel
Plate.
Plate Road.
I'm on Facebook. A great place to be while you're driving a train. Someone
Those are
is
real against that.
someone is reselling a Burke and nickel plate Burke MTH Premier for $1,000, and it doesn't even have a smoking whistle. It is a pretty engine, though. I will give it that. It is a very, very pretty Burke. Oh, I keep laughing because I keep seeing people post the Lionel Cab Basin Cab 3s. The iconic legacy remote system that they have.
Mhm.
Yeah, I keep seeing it get posted on Facebook for like $1,800. or 1,000 minimum.
You know, I'm gonna say this once. You know, I do HO, and I actually haven't even run my layout in years. But I still collect the stuff. And the most expensive thing I have on roster is the original run of Broadway Limited Pennsylvania Centipedes.
Ooh.
Oh, you have those still?
I do.
Neat.
The first run.
I want to see pictures
Original
of those.
run. They're really nice. But I don't do DCC, so they only run in DC, and I haven't really used them for much. I had them hauling a couple cars around the layout for fun. They sound really cool. I got them because I wanted to hear the Baldwins burbling up and down the railroad. Those are the most expensive thing I roster. The next most expensive thing on the roster is a Broadway Limited Penzi M1A. That was, I got that in 2005, probably 2005, 2006. Aside from that, I have various Spectrum and River Rossi engines, and I have several River Rossi U25Cs since they came out. I also have a couple of do I have U30s? The newer ones? I don't remember. I know I pre-ordered them. I never got them, I don't think. I think they ran out.
So let me ask you this: the centipedes, you said they were the most expensive thing you have in your roster.
Uh-huh.
How much were they worth when you bought them?
When I paid for them, they were $500 for the pair. DCC and sound. Now that was, I think that was 2010. 2010 or 2011.
I wish I could pick up a decent O scale MTH engine for less than $500 these days.
Well, I mean, MTH, you're talking O scale?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's your problem. I mean,
So when you say that that's your most expensive thing on your roster, like,
do you want to know what the most expensive thing I own really is?
the majority of my diesel roster for the stuff that I own is over that price per
The
unit.
the most expensive thing I currently own, as far as purchase price is concerned, is my, outside of model railroading, I have other cool toys. My most expensive item has to be my Oliver 2255 Caterpillar powered tractor.
Oh.
That was expensive. However, on the list of things that I technically own, now actually I'm not gonna go down that road because I'm gonna save that for another time. But I do own lots of other expensive items. I own 3 uncommon trucks. I own quite a few tractors, a combine. You know, as far as expensive toys is concerned, I have my fill, and I don't need a whole other scale to make it worse.
Right.
But I do have quite a bit of HO stuff. That's what I collected. Oh, I didn't even bother to put that on.
HON3.
I do not have narrow gauge. I do not own narrow gauge. The layout that we set up was strictly standard. It was just for my uncle and I, and there was no narrow gauge. There is some brass in there. But the brass I'm smart enough to buy cheaply. There is also one very nice scratch belt steam engine. It is a D&H 280, and I got it for $100 at a train show. And it's in very nice condition. It runs really well. And I actually like it a lot. The guy did a really good job building it. It's just a DC engine, but it's not that really stupid looking like 500 psi engine. It's one of the normal class consolidations, but it's got the wide Wooten firebox, the big 90-inch diameter boiler. I mean, it is a beast of a 280 compared to some of the other engines I have in the layout. Like I have some Bachmann Spectrum 460s and 280s, but compared to that D&H engine, they're tiny, and it's kind of fun to watch. And I have a couple. I have a lot of diesels. Like the Weather and Lehigh Valley, before it existed in RO, still exists on my HO layout, and the diesels have a very specific scheme and paint mix that I never really got around to doing. I have stocks of undecorated equipment. I have undecorated FTs, F3s. I have undecorated RS units, tons of C628s and C630s, U-boats, you name it. I stocked up on undecorated stuff because you guys might notice this now more than, you know, uh, more than ever, because it's really hard to get undecorated equipment now that's new. They don't do it. They very rarely do you see any of the companies now do an undecorated run for equipment. So you have to usually buy something and strip it and redo it. And with how nice a lot of these models are now, it actually breaks my heart to take the paint off them. So what I ended up doing was, um, I bought something that I didn't have to destroy so much. So I bought a couple Pennsylvania U25Cs that I plan to keep Pennsylvania, and then I bought some Pententral ones that um, they may remain that. I may patch them out, or all I have to do is remove the Penn Central decal and then paint the Weatherly and Lehigh Valley red over the black, and leaving the black where I have the sections, and that way I don't have to destroy the model, because with the way plastics are, there's many different ways to strip paint, and if you screw up and pick the wrong one, depending on the plastics you're dealing with, you melt your $300 model, and then I get very upset. So, I've never melted a model per se. That has not happened to me. I have, however, mixed the wrong paints together. That was fun. I've also actually dumped paint on foam once, and it melted the foam. That was neat to watch.
What the heck?
So certain acrylic paints react with styrofoam, and it will melt it. It will destroy it. So here I am painting this model on top of styrofoam, and the styrofoam starts melting out from underneath it.
Oof.
That was so long ago. But I have my own airbrush that I haven't used in forever, my own pump. I had all kinds of stuff, and I was collecting all that stuff at the same time I was also doing real railroading. So you can imagine how much time I had to actually do my hobby. So
What time?
exactly.
Time is good. Time is just a construct, an illusion.
I mean,
I'm being facetious.
even being facetious, because time itself is technically, yes, we make up how time works. We align our clocks with the sun moon cycle and all that fun happy horse stuff. At the same time, millions of years ago, man just woke up and went, oh, the sun's up, and went to bed when the moon went down. There was no such thing of, oh, it's noon, oh, it's 3 o'clock. Oh, no, time is built to help organize things and keep things in a straight line and in the correct manner. So yes, it is a construct. Time is basically an invention for organization's sake.
Can be a very brain-breaking discussion too.
Mm. Ooh, I actually really like that wooden gun. I like that. That reminds me of the war emergency guns. Yes, I like that.
Oh, it is a nice looking gun.
I do like that. The boxcars kind of feel high cubish to me a little bit, but I could just be misinterpreting the perspective.
I like the boxcars. I like a lot of the rolling stock design actually in the game.
The wood boxcars I like, with the tongue and groove sides. Those I like. Ooh, that's like, oh, that's an X29. I see markings, but in a Lehigh New England paint scheme. Classic. Oh wow, those brakes bit in hard. Shit.
Are there any reefers? I don't think I've seen a single reefer.
No, there's not.
Oh, there's no traffic to warrant a reefer, is there?
No, there
Guess
isn't.
not.
I like how with these little arch bar, like 30-ton flats, make it into the consist with truss rods. Like, I love those cars, and they fit well with the first two engines we spawn with. But the rest of the power, they're way outdated. And I would like to see this game add power more on the end of what the originating 10-wheeler and Mogul are. I would have loved to have seen an 060 and an 080 in the same style as the original 10-wheeler. I would have loved to have seen that gap filled in, because it's quite the jump to go from that little 10-wheeler to, what the rest of the power ends up being. The first S series switcher is a 1920s 060 that's staring down the headlight of an 1880s 1890s 10-wheeler.
So what are you doing up here? Are you gonna be leaving for a while, or are you still sorting things out?
Oh, I'm gonna couple this middle string because that's where the shuffling is. I'll put together the construction train, which I may actually just boot over to one track on its own while I shift the rest of the garbage. Which, by the way, the construction train is probably over 1,200 tons on its own.
Yeah.
Because the first 16 cars of it are 1,058 tons, and I got to couple the two more cars.
Might be worth just grabbing 6 and just taking it, then straight to Grayson.
Yeah. That might not be a horrible idea. Just hand off that entire thing to Dart.
Well, Dark, where are you at? Are you up at
I'm
you're
still
in-
sitting in Bryson.
Okay.
I've been waiting to see. I'm just been waiting on those logs to finish unloading at Whittier before I start swapping things out.
So Skookum is a very neat little engine, and at least in my opinion. What in the hell? I have a closed angle cock somewhere.
Skookum?
Skookum is it 2442?
Yeah, it's 2442.
It's a neat little engine.
Sorry, a 2442.
Yes.
Yep.
Tender engine. It is not a tank.
Okay.
It's a neat little critter. You can look it up. I don't think it's that early. I think it's actually early 1900s. I don't think she's that early.
Let me double check.
That's like a mini T1.
It was a logging chooch. Actually, isn't Skookum still around? Actually, didn't they just restore that thing? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yeah, Skookum's still around, and yes, they just restored her to operation like maybe 5 years ago, if not more.
Oh, geez, it was already 5 years ago. Christ, I feel old.
Not long.
It's long when you think it was just yesterday.
I mean, they had it running at Clover, not Clover, but up track 1 up Donner Pass
Really?
on the original transcontinental route. Yeah,
That's
on
cool.
on what was that? What's it called now? It's a tourist operation. They got that Southern Pacific Mafia locomotive on it.
Oh, I don't know the name of the place, but I do know the engine. I think that thing's cool.
Oh yeah,
Niles Canyon.
Niles Canyon. Yeah. Okay, so Skookum.
Hey Krieg, just FYI, this siding down here, the paperboard I'm using for interchange cars.
Yeah, Skookum was built.
I only need another car length of headroom.
Oh, well, I'm way out of your head, so.
Skookum was built in 1909.
So it's early, but it's not 19th century early.
Yeah, to be fair, old mod was made in what? 1900?
Was it 1900?
It was very early. Well, it's like turn of the century, so.
All right, I'm taking 5 back to Dillsborough service and then coming back with 6 to pick up at least one half of the Bryson project.
Oh, you can pick up the whole thing because it's all together.
Yeah,
there is one car back there still that you have to pull out.
There's one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Alarka in the middle of all the Bryson.
Oh, Fontana Bridge site.
Yep. So old mod was built in 1904. Never mind.
All right. I know how I'll deal with that then.
By just blocking Bryson and Alarka together and just not dealing with it.
Yes, and then they can deal with it in Bryson Yard by just putting the one car back on the hind end. That's all they have to do. Everything else is blocked.
What about the Dillsborough cars there? They're in the middle of that consist.
Oh, that'll only take me about 5 minutes to sort, so I'm not even worried about that. You freaking amateurs look at that and go, ah, and I'm like, nah, so what? Pathetic. Oh, I'm afraid the train will be quite blocked by the time your friends arrive.
I hate you. I genuinely hate you. Stop ruining Star Wars.
That's not me, that's Disney.
You make a good point. I don't need to be reminded of that. Not a lot of passengers for Sylvia. You're about to only hit Whittier. Just relax, you'll make it. They'll pile on.
I wish this was downhill because I would just kick cars, but the game doesn't like when I kick cars.
Just gently push them with the force of a nuclear bomb.
Something damage, something costs money.
It sounds like a third shift problem.
Sounds like a you problem, not my company. Full throttle.
Full bar into the
Show them the beans. Give them the beans.
Part of the crew, part of the train. Part of the crew, part of the train.
Such a cult.
It is.
Here at
Not
the
as
Derp Railroad, you just have to be okay with the fact that you share a single brain cell with everybody else.
so. How superstitious are you?
Me?
Yeah,
Not really.
not really.
Nah.
Okay, well then I have a good story to tell you.
Oh, okay.
On the Delaware Lackawanna, there is a sighting at Cherry Street. We call it Cherry Street Sighting. We would take all of the derailed cars down there for repair, which was normally all the time. The thing to think about here is we tried to keep the wreck cars there as long as we could, because the minute that Cherry Street siding was vacant, there was another derailment to fill it back up. And this was such a thing that everybody was buying into it. Anytime that we would empty out the siding, within a week, something else was derailed and in there in the siding. It could be one car, it could be 3 or 4 cars. And as long as there was something in the siding, there's no problems. We're good. All was good. No problem. The minute it's clear, there was a derailment. And you can ask anyone else at the DL about that, and they'll tell you the same thing.
You know, it just sounds like job security to me.
I'm not the repair guy.
Yeah, but he's not out of a job.
All right, let me get to shifting. All right, what do we got? We got green, we got blue, we got brown, we got green, green, another brown.
Time to do some sketchy shit.
Brown, brown.
Doo-dah.
Ela, that's out of Bryson, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Good.
out of Brooklyn.
So I can leave that fucker there in the middle of all the green shit for some other poor sap to sort out later. Okay. Where's all the brown shit go?
In the
Is
toilet.
so Locust Pin Company?
That is
That's Dillsboro.
Dillsboro.
That's Dillsboro. Okay. All right, so I have to sort that stuff out. Okay.
I'm actually starting to like learn some of this stuff.
Actually, oh, okay. So that's Dillsboro. So I actually got to leave that behind here. All right. I'm gonna change what I'm doing here for a second. Good thing I didn't pull a pin yet.
Pull the lever, clunk.
So I'm gonna leave that attached, and I'm gonna work from the back instead of the front. So we're going to there. That's where I'm gonna make the cut.
Oh,
See, and
will
this is
be
the
easy.
this is gonna be the real. This is where you get the real-time experience of, oh, actually, I'm gonna change my plan mid-plan and do something different. All right.
It's 4 steps to a plan. Step 1, make the plan. Step 2,
Change it.
Change the plan. Step 3, get rid of the plan, and step 4, just fucking wing it.
I have done those in that order already. And I have found that usually when I wing it, it's the fastest that I can run. If I have a plan and I have to remember what that plan is, it takes me forever to do it. If I just wing it and go, oh, I need that car against that car, and I just go, I move a lot faster.
Yeah,
that
I'm the same way.
Vomit NS train I talk about, it took me 45 minutes to switch that out using 3 tracks that I only had 4 car lengths worth on one space on one track, 20 on the other track, and 20 on the other track. So I didn't have a lot of space. It took me 45 minutes to sort the cars out enough that I could block it and drop it off where it needed to be. And I had my engineer did not stop moving at all. It was far enough. Throw a switch. Okay, back. And it was that quick. Like, I would be throwing the switch just as he cleared, unlike this game. And he would already be grabbing the throttle in the opposite direction. It was fun to listen to. It was fun to watch. And him and I actually had a pretty good time with it. those are the fun days where the engineer and the conductor are actually kind of like, this is fun because it's a challenge. We're moving, we're going, everything's in motion. And then when it's all done, you sit back in the seat, you grab the throttle, you climb up the mountain in 8th notch, and watch the trees go by. Oh, I wonder if I can bump and shove. I wonder if that'd work in this game. Because that would actually be very useful.
Oh, it's got plenty. All right, pulling out 6. Guess I need to put myself in transfer here.
Oh, I didn't even put myself on a crew.
Yeah,
Oops.
I haven't really been paying attention to that tonight either.
No, there is only us, so why bother?
Yeah, it's a quiet night.
Come on, bitch, you can pull through those brakes. No, you can't. Wow, that's pathetic. I have a big ass 280 and I can't pull through 13 cars. Really? Really? Pathetic.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Apparently.
Call yourself an engineer. Pathetic.
I was never actually a qualified engineer. I was only a conductor, so.
Yeah, well, I'm not certified to drive a forklift. It doesn't stop me at work.
Too bad I know I can't kick this car that far.
Masu got handed popcorn. Bro, where's ours? Give me popcorn and give me ice cream. Nah, you just re-microwave it. Easy clap.
Re-microwave popcorn? Ew.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, I've never done that. That's just...
He says that on stream now because everyone's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Re-microwave popcorn? I mean, there's popcorn that just isn't hot, so... Like the white cheddar popcorn you get. I forget what the company that does it.
The charge the train up.
I feel like the Mikado has, like, tiny drivers.
It's a logging mic.
Yeah.
All right, time to see if bump and shove works.
What is a bump and shove?
Literally what it says. I'm going to shove back to a car, bump into it, and then keep shoving without airing it up.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It's something that we would do when we were organizing train to save time and air. Instead of airing a car up, stopping, airing a car up, and then shoving more, we would quick set it out to the side And oh, I'm actually going to be way over. There we go. There we go. Yeah, shove. Oh, it works. Let's go. Yes.
I find
I
that
feel it.
excitement like just hilarious. That's not to be mean or anything. I find it amusing that just like something like that it actually works, and somebody's happy about it.
So we would do that to save time and air, because instead of stopping, making the hitch, airing it up, and then shoving back, stopping, tying it down, making a cut, I would just set it to the clear, knowing I had space behind me, go over to the other track, set the car out, come back with the next car, bump into the car that I had braked so that they would hold each other, and just keep shoving it back like a deck of cards until I had everything organized, and then I go through and make up all the airlines.
Right.
And that is technically a legal move. There's nothing illegal about that. That was actually something that we were taught. It's like, you can do this. Yeah, it slides the wheels a little bit, but you're not really going to damage anything for the little bit you're going to move them. Well, I mean, if they're lows, they roll, but
am I able to come back there and pick up a cut?
it holds shy for about another 2 minutes. Because I still have one bridge car I got to duck out. So.
Oh, in that case, I'll just quickly switch out these two cars over here. Do something useful.
There you go. Time for another bump and shove. This one's going to be back a little further, though. What's the threshold? 5 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, 5 miles an hour before you actually start damaging anything.
Ramming speed. Oh, this will actually work out great. I'm a genius. I'd even plan it that way. Ah, this is great. Hell yeah. I love it when a plan comes together.
Most people do.
Yeah, but all plans fall apart when it meets the enemy.
Well,
What if
I
your
defeat
plan
my
was
enemies.
to meet the enemy?
Ah. We have a smarty pants over here.
No, I just like to live a little dangerously.
Sun Tzu says. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Damn straight.
All plants go to shit at first contact. Okay, air. More air. Handbrake. Choo-choo. Alright, I've got 2 more interchange cars to add to the pile that I've started. Assuming that I don't, like, wing this Mikado off one of these tight curves. Asu apparently needs to do something in chat. This is concerning. It's bad enough that I've already gotten 10 gifted today. I don't need you guys to keep spending money.
Wonder if I can bump and shove that entire cut back to the rest of the cut. That would be excellent.
Lovely 20 people excluding me. It would be neat if you all hit the thumbs up button. You don't have to. That's there. I feel like the world's like worst YouTuber.
Come on. Do it. Push him. Push him.
Eve.
No, she can't do it. Damn. Well, I tried.
Need my help?
Nope.
Okay. Alright, you ready for me to come back there?
Minute and a half.
I'm running out of
I'm gonna-
things to do.
No, it's quite literally a minute and a half because I'm just gonna double this and then double to the other track and then I'm good.
Okay, so I can start working my way up there now?
I'm gonna need a lot of headroom for this last move.
Okay. Sleep is probably a decent thing I should probably get tonight.
Yeah, sleep is good.
Yeah, probably.
But there's also trains. I am coming.
I said leave me headroom. I'm pulling out almost a full track of shit.
Yeah, I'm stopping just right here by the switch.
All right. If I bump and shove you down the hill because I'm not watching the head end.
All right, Asu. Thank you. Gekka's like, I want 2 trains. How many cars am I guessing for the interchange at 10 a.m.? Probably another 44.
All right, you can follow me back now.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to make one stop, but it's all gonna be a reverse move.
Did you mean to miss? Oh, why are you picking up the Dillsboro cars?
Because I figured I was gonna drag him down and park him somewhere, but because I don't want to leave him at the interchange because I don't know if anyone's gonna work it and there's gonna be more cars coming in, so I figured I'd just drop him on
Yeah,
a,
it's a better idea just to pick them up now.
even if I just drop him in Dillsboro on a siding.
He does a flying switch. He cuts him off right before the mouth of the yard.
You say that. I have done that.
And I wouldn't friggin' doubt if he actually did it.
All right.
I have done every old hat switching move you can think of.
So am I taking in the blue cut?
Yeah, that is your bridge site cars.
Roger that.
I'm gonna back into the clear here. As well, you get underway. I'm gonna go get a drink.
Give me a drink too. Paying ghosts. Alright. Does it bother anybody else that this, like, random track that's off to the side here on the other side of the river, that, like, the part of it, the ballast is, like, literally in the water? It's definitely not a real safety issue. Like, that's just asking for your ballast to be swept up out from under the track.
No, we just about effectively split the train in half. My train's 1,100 tons. And look at that. That didn't even take me an hour. Actually, what, maybe half that? Till I got the engine up here?
Just waiting for my air to recharge.
Ooh, I found a modeling boo-boo.
A modeling boo-boo.
The rear driver on the big Connie goes through the ash pan.
Uh-oh. Yeah, add it to the list of modeling boo-boos.
Well, besides the concrete backhead in some of the other engines.
And Bluetooth brake spans.
Drivers on the Pacific that clip through the brake. They clip through the brake. Clip through the brakes because they're 2 inches too big.
Oh, do they?
Nice.
Yep. Not on the small one, the big one.
Seven's coming up with the passenger train there, number 6.
Yerp.
He'll probably be in the hole before you get down there. Well, he's got to come up too, though. You guys figure it out. I'm going for a drink.
I would say that I'd be able to fit in the hole, but I don't know if I would. Nice little cut of 20 cars. Alright. I'm gonna try my best to highball it to Dillsboro.
Guess maybe I should check my CPU temp because my fan seems to be moving pretty good. Let's see here. What we got? 84, GPU 63. Ah, nah, it's fine. It's fine. All right.
Just now passing Nasu at Dillsboro. Trying to pull through my air brakes.
Yeah, that's always fun.
I got it. Yeah, maybe we'll about $5,000 to get the decapod and send 6 up to Robinson Gap. Nasu, normalize the switch behind you. Let's not be throwing 9 into a siding.
You could use the mic as a passenger engine.
The Mikado? The locking one?
Yeah, I mean, speed limit's 35. We know the mic can do it. And
Yeah.
how heavy are the cars?
I think almost nearly 1,000 tons now.
Right, so you could use it on the less traveled branch because you're not going to have a giant train to come down from Alarka, right? So, or wherever the other branch. I mean, how big do you think the train's going to need to be?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, 6 has been good for interchange service, but if interchange is going to get heavier and heavier, instead of beating the crap out of 6, and it doesn't have a lot of water capacity, so.
I'm gonna get the Burke. Moo!
Yes, the big old shoe.
Yes, the biggest big. The biggest of Chugga.
I gotta stop at Dillsboro for water and coal.
What default FOV am I using? Whatever the default is. 40 and 80. Alright, now I can highball it.
I don't even have to stop in Whittier. This all goes to Bryson except for the Dillsboro cars.
Yeah.
This pin company. I want to see something. I'm gonna. Let's see. There it is.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's the first sighting coming into Dillsboro.
Oh, there's already 2 cars in there. Damn.
What are you about to do?
What's that?
He's going robot-y.
Are you doing what you were gonna do? What I thought you were gonna do?
I was gonna drop them in. Yeah.
Dutch drop him.
Yeah. I was gonna come up to the siding, stop the cars shy of the switch, tie them down, release the brakes, pull my train forward, throw the switch, and then release the handbrakes and just drop them in. But there's already 2 cars sitting there, so I can't.
If it's any help, that bit of line right before Dillsboro is actually on a grade.
Oh, that's why I was planning that. I was just gonna drop them into the siding. I'll have to leave them somewhere else. Probably have to pull them all the way down to Dillsboro service and stuff them in a track. Yeah, that's probably what I'll
I
do.
have the one car for the Whittier Interchange that needs to go up, but I didn't grab it.
No, I'm gonna be tying up the main because I gotta service the engine and kick a couple cars out. You just beat feet out of here.
Ate it.
Because I with these Dillsboro cars on the ass end, I don't have a straight shot. Yeah, well, it's gonna take me like 5-6 minutes to do what I gotta do in Dillsboro. So just get lost, son.
Scoot. Zach's wanting you to pick up the one hopper car that's in Dillsboro.
The one hopper car.
Yeah, the Whittier hopper car.
Okay.
Just a suggestion from my stream chat. Yeah,
Oh.
Nasu, I've seen that.
Huh. Well, that makes sense because I'll toss the Dillsboro cars next on the track adjacent to it, and then just grab that on the tail end and just drag it down to Whittier and cut it off. Of course, I wouldn't have heard if the construction train would have grabbed it, but I guess I'll do it. I'll do it. It's okay.
You're really just being passive aggressive about that.
That's a little bit.
just a teeny bit. Yeah. Just a small Betsy-sized amount of passive aggression.
See, you don't understand. That's nothing compared to the shit you would have gotten on the radio for leaving that car behind when you went by it first.
I'm sure.
If I would have called back to the train behind me and went, "Oh, hey, I decided not to grab that. You guys can do it." "Oh, sure. Leave it for us." That's all right. We'll do your job for you.
Yeah, NASA, there's a good reason why there's not going to be an 040 porter in COS.
I'm not even gonna bother commenting on that.
Yeah, there's no need to comment on it. Just let Steam Workshop do that eventually. It's going to be aggravatingly hilarious when somebody ultimately adds a direct port from Railroads Online's Betsy straight into COS.
Please no.
It'd be very easily done. Those game files are not that protected.
There won't be any need. There'll be so much better rolling stock in COS besides what has been shown that you won't need Betsy. And I had nothing against Betsy. It's a neat little engine. But there's going to be so much nicer things in COS.
Oh yeah, no, but that's not going to stop people.
I know. There's like a cult around that engine, I think.
Well, they couldn't have the big boys, so they turned Betsy into a cult. What did you expect?
Ken has big boy? No. Okay, well, we will have 100 Betsy's then. Ugh.
I'm almost there, Dark. I am highballing straight to Bryson.
All right, I gotta go AFK for a moment. Be right back.
Oh, sure. Go and hide away from your duties.
It'll just for you for a little bit. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're fine. That is a nice wooden gun.
Mm-hmm. I like it a lot. Actually, 100% of my train is fucking boxcars.
My only stickler is I don't like high-walled gondolas.
Yeah, I never really had a thing for those either.
Like, if the walls were just, like, I don't know, 2 boards shorter to match, like, the other height of the gon next to it, it'd look better.
Hmm.
But I don't know if they were really, like, made that way. I don't think they were.
High side guns had other purposes. That's why they were so high side.
Right.
You build the car with the volume necessary to weigh out the car based on what it's going to be used for. So that gun may have been used for something like wood chips or other items that didn't weigh as much.
People's opinions.
Yeah.
Because they don't weigh that much.
Some of the coolest things I ever got in Interchange, probably the coolest thing I got at Interchange was a former New York Central scale car, still in Conrail reporting marks, with friction bearing boxes that had been converted to roller bearing.
So what is a scale car?
Scale test car is literally an ingot on wheels. No suspension, because it's a scale test car. Its job is, let's say the grain mill has to recertify their scale. So they order a scale test car. So NS will send one, and then we have to deliver it. And then they use it to have an inspector come out and go, okay, this car weighs X because it is just a weight on wheels. and they verify that the scale is reading back that weight.
Uh-huh.
That's what that is. So we got one of them at Interchange that was built in literally the early 1900s, or was it 1920s? It was fucking old. It was older than anything else. I mean, it broke the Interchange rules, which I think because it's a special use car, that's okay. But it had what we call jack-in-a-boxes, which is a friction-bearing box, which is what's on all the equipment on the game. You take the lid off. Inside, you convert the plain bearing mechanism to a roller bearing adapter. So you have this roller bearing cap spinning, staring at you out of the friction bearing box. And it still said NYC, the number, and then it had the Conroe reporting mark on it too. That was probably the coolest thing I ever picked up at Interchange. And that was on a revenue freight. That was in the middle of a whole ship pile of grain cars.
Huh.
And then the second coolest thing I ever accepted at Interchange was actually something that was a misroute. It was a covered hopper built for transporting carbon for like tires and stuff, like literally powdered carbon. It was a really neat looking car. It was probably the second most interesting thing I've ever picked up at Interchange. It was a misroute. It wasn't ours. I had to kick it back out, but I got to play with it anyway. So that's pretty neat.
Oh, what's this? You left this cool little toy here? I'm gonna play with it.
Well, yeah. And then we got reefers that weren't ours that we promptly kicked back out immediately because we didn't want anything to do with perishable items. I kicked them out of the train, set them aside, and immediately called the train master to re-interchange them. We want nothing to do with them. Come get them. They're not ours. I think they were, if I'm not mistaken, they were filled with booze. I think wine.
Oh.
It's no wonder those cars didn't go missing.
Yeah.
That's a multi-million-dollar car. That's what that is.
Most cars are.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
you figure how much you think it costs to buy 100 tons of plastic pellets.
I was basing off of what my old grocery store used to spend on alcohol. Like a single half pallet of alcohol would be $1 million.
Are
Really?
you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Oh, jeez. What kind of alcohol was it?
Like wines and shit.
Jesus.
At least that's what that's what they told us the numbers were. I never saw the real actual logistic numbers, but it was expensive. And I mean, alcohol isn't cheap to begin with, so
No.
you have to consider if you fill one up with a reefer car, and you say like half a pallet is roughly $1 million, then that's one very, very expensive perishable car.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I don't know what industrial materials cost, so.
Well, I can tell you. Well, so I also did a lot of oversized loads on the railroad. So I did a lot of transformer and heat exchanger loads. And the car hire on those was, I think it was like $8 an hour that it was on our property. And that didn't include the, oh fuck, you rolled it over insurance.
With a transformer car, those things are huge, so it's not something you want to do.
Yeah, well, I never did, thankfully. Someone else did.
Now,
Almost.
are you talking about like a single transformer on a flatbed, or are you talking about like the ones that are suspended on like giant multi-truck cars?
Yes.
So both.
I've done both.
Okay. I would like to see the big ones in person. I've never seen those.
I have done. I did do one Schnabel car. It was very slow move. It was very tight, but the car doesn't just articulate on some pins. It's also on hydraulics. So if you come up to a curve and you need to gain extra clearance for the swing, the car can actually move itself over a couple inches on the bolsters on
Oh, that's cool.
either side. It's really neat what they can do with that car. So there's actually a guy up in there's a control tower on it. He sits up there and he watches, and he can control the hydraulics while I just guide the engineer to keep easing through everything.
Yeah, like a no-scale model of that car is like $110, $120 sometimes.
Is that all?
That's just for a single piece of rolling stock, yeah.
HO scale's catching up to that. You can't touch a pre-built kit now for anything less than $40.
Yeah.
Most O-scale stock goes for like 40 to 50 minimum. At like cheapest Lionel, like small, whatever their shit scale is.
See, that's why I go to train shows and I just buy old unbuilt like Bowser and Stewart and all the old companies. I
I'd
buy
love
their
to go
I
to
buy
another
'em.
train show.
Oh, by
I
the way,
just-
Nix, you're in 6, right?
Yes.
You're aligned at the track 1.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gee, is he already at the other end of the railroad already?
Yeah.
He's approaching Governor Island.
Oh. Okay. I see how it is.
It's not my fault. Speed, violence, and momentum. Yeah, I was actually planning on traveling across state to go see my girlfriend. Not this weekend, but the following weekend. And I had just looked at my email today, and something popped up. It was like, oh, train show in Greensburg. I think it was the Greensburg show. It's somewhere close to Philadelphia. And I noticed it's like it's Saturday and Sunday. I was like, well, I usually leave on Sundays, which is convenient because then I could stop at the train show.
Bring your checkbook.
Check.
No,
I
actually,
just bring my wallet full of cash.
I was gonna say they don't like checks. They want cash anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually try to like stick to shows that are a little bit more closer to home for obvious reasons. But one of the main reasons is like I like a lot of the custom local run stuff, which isn't very popular to begin with. So finding it at shows is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's usually like Weird and Steel, Wheeling and Lake Erie, you know, those two main titles at least.
Yeah, you come out this way, you're not gonna find that stuff. You'll find.
I've actually
down.
Believe it or not. So my prize Wheeling and Lake Erie Mallet, the 2662. I hunted like 20 or 30 different shops, like called them up, asked questions, was like, hey, do you have this? Have you seen it? Do you have any idea who would have it? Type deal, right? Every shop I could think of. And this is like 6 months ago, me being out here in Pittsburgh, right? An area that would, you know, see that kind of custom run. Turns out that on one of my trips to to go see my girlfriend, I went and stopped by an old train shop that I used to go to as a kid. It was a shop called Nicholas and Smith. I don't know if anybody's familiar with them. I asked them about it, and it's like, hey, have you guys seen this engine? Do you have it? And turns out they were able to look up in their computer system that they had record of having it, but they couldn't locate it. Or at least not that day. So that was like maybe 2 or 3 weeks prior to me calling people. So after I got done calling like all the local people, it was like, all right, you know what, I'll just call these guys out and up in the blue. Turns out they were able to relocate it very quickly, and they also sold it to me for like $500 cheaper than what the engine was originally. And I think it was just because they wanted it out, because nobody had touched it or was looking for it for a few years. I don't know why in the world they ended up having it, but I wasn't going to complain. It was brand new, untouched, unopened.
I bought a Broadway Limited RST-15 from a hobby shop not far from here, and I was really excited to have it. We went to test it. Damn thing wouldn't run.
Oof.
And it was the only one they had. And I said, you know what? I don't mind doing repairs, so I took it home. Anyway, I had to pay full price for it. They wouldn't mark it down really. I think they marked it down a little bit because it didn't run, but they couldn't really do a whole hell of a lot on it because it was already marked down severely anyhow. And that run of Broadway Limited stuff, it has a magnetic switch on the top of the board that if you hit it, it turns the engine off, turns the engine back on if you hit it with the switch again. So you don't have to use the remote, or you can turn an engine off. And I figure there's something wrong with the DCC board on that engine. And I never got to replace it yet. I never got a new board for it. I figured I was just going to get something that wasn't a BLI board. I was probably just going to get a Tsunami sound board and throw it in. Just never got around to it. It's a nice engine. It usually sits on a yard track and just looks pretty.
So the one shop I was talking about, Nicholas and Smith, I remember seeing as a kid, or when I was at least younger, like a teenager. I remember seeing them have a Pennsylvania T1 in O scale, and I've never been able to get my hands on one, but I would absolutely love to have one in O scale from like MTH. Or if Lionel did a Legacy and or Vision Line version of it, which they've never done. I think a lot of people would go crazy if Lionel did a Vision Line T1.
Yeah.
Especially with some of the stuff they've been doing now.
They re-released the S1 as well.
Yeah, that'd be a crazy day.
Geez, how many tons of coal does this thing take?
Yes. I think it's like 17 in number 9.
She's a hungry girl.
The Burke takes 25. Alright, I want to go for Dillsboro service. Yeah, Creek, when you get done servicing, hook the engine up to the consist and then just leave it there.
Okay.
Because I think I'm going to wrap things up here in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you You want me to put 4 in the roundhouse as well, then?
Yeah, you can. Where are you? Nasu, get up to Whittier. Assuming you're going west, I think you are. Pedal to the metal. Yeah, I feel bad for like not being able to get too much done in this this game recently, but we haven't really had that many people on.
I mean, we're not really that far behind. I mean, the interchange is just getting ready to go out. It's only 7:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the interchange, the first one has just been the milestone cars, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, everything I have one for Ela, and I have 3 Dillsboro cars. I'm gonna pick up one for Whittier and drop the Dillsboro, and everything else goes to Bryson. So, yeah, I'm all set.
Alright, I'm just doing a quick refuel here, Dark.
That's fine.
Yes, Nasu. Alright, Gecko. I'll try my best to remember that, but I don't hold me to it.
Oh, this has Southern valve gear on it.
Yeah, I think it's based off the Tweetsy version.
Tweet.
Oh well, I think it's one of the tweet engines that was on the Tweetsy, but the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina.
Interesting. Oh, I see the valve gear doesn't move with the reverser.
Are you refueling, Dark?
I've only consumed no, not really, because I got
Okay.
I got 7.5. I got 5.7 tons of coal and I've only burned 6 gallons of water.
Alright, then I'm just gonna pull straight forward into the first stall, and then you can turn into another one. Fly. Oh, you got it. Okay. You're not very balanced. Well, I guess you are. It'd be really cool to see like a roundhouse with like just the absolute maximum amount of stalls. Just like something crazy. Or at least to have somebody mod a bigger one in.
That'd be fun.
I'd be down for that. That'd be so nice. Eight more hours of monitoring the data center. Oh, well, you can catch up on the rest of the streams, Gecko. Yeah, Andrews probably deserves a roundhouse. I feel like Alarka could have used one too, but
I mean, it does have a pretty sizable Y.
yeah. Yeah, Andrews definitely probably could have benefited from a roundhouse. So we got 3, 2, 6, and 4 up here. It's starting to become a well-established railroad. And before I know it, I'll probably end up running out of things to buy. Alright, so what did I bring up here? The Fontana Bridge site?
The Fontana and Alarka Junction site.
Oh.
Work jobs.
Okay, part of it's mixed a little bit.
It's just one car. That's easy enough. Just chuck it to the side, hitch onto it, and roll.
Or just straight run around to the other side with it. And a nice cut of cars to go back to the interchange, which you'd love to see. Fontana? Easy with three engines. Yeah. It's only a 1,200 ton cut of cars. That's fine. But yeah, with that said, guys, gonna be calling it here for tonight. So, thank you all for watching. It's been a lovely 5.5 hours. I don't know when I'll next be live. But stay put.